Good morning. I'm going to call to order the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, November 12th. And we will start with a salute to the flag. Mr. Don Gill from the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, is it lieutenant or is it captain? Captain, sir, would you lead us in the pledge, Captain Gill?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Captain Gill. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Madam Clerk, good morning. Would you call roll, please?
Good morning. Von Hartung, Chair.
Here.
Bob Lucy, Vice Chair.
Here.
Marcia Birkbigler. Here. Kitty Jung.
Here.
Jeannie Herman.
Here.
Interim County Manager Dave Solero.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney Paul Liparelli.
Here.
I'm Nancy Parent, County Clerk. You have a quorum, Madam
Okay,
Clerk.
thank you. And Commissioner Lucy, thank you for the FM voice. That's very cool. I know, I wish I had that all the time. It's awesome. Mr. Manager, good morning.
Good morning.
Item number 3, an appearance from Chief Deputy Greg Herrera. Would you introduce that item, please?
Absolutely. Item number 3 is an appearance by Chief Deputy Greg Herrera, and it looks like Captain Gill will be joining him as well to give us a presentation on, and an update on illegal dumping as requested by the board.
Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you so much. This is an item that it just never seems to go away. It's unbelievable to me. But thank you for coming and taking the time out of your day.
Thank you.
We'll try not to shock you more.
Okay, so good morning, Mr. Chair and County Commissioners. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on this important topic. For the record, my name is Greg Herrera. I'm a Chief Deputy for the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Operations Division. The topic today, the illegal dumping of trash and abandoned vehicles, is one that I know that you're all well aware of and receive phone calls from citizens on a routine basis, just as we at the Sheriff's Office do. I'd like to discuss the epidemic surrounding this topic, the visceral reaction it creates with law-abiding citizens in our county who are exposed to it, and the efforts and challenges of the Sheriff's Office in collaboration with the members and organizations in the community as we attempt to combat this problem. Next slide. As you can see here, Commissioners, when you receive the phone calls from your constituents, when we at the Sheriff's Office receive the numerous phone calls and emails, when an organization like Keep Trucking Mills Beautiful responds, the items pictured here is commonly what is being seen at these sites. Many of these areas are properly posted, which has not been of any significant deterrence. Illegal dumping has been consistently higher around the Sun Valley area as represented by this map. This may be due to the fact that the valley is surrounded by easy access to multiple off-road locations. But this problem is nowhere unique to Sun Valley. This is happening all around us and extends through the North Valleys to Cold Springs, to the south in Washoe Valley, and in the hills above Spanish Springs and above Golden Eagle Park. I'd like to highlight the successes that we've had throughout the year. In March of this year on Red Hill above Chocolate Drive in Sun Valley, a patrol deputy was on an unrelated call when he observed 2 subjects dumping trash from a vehicle at the above location. Deputies made contact with a suspect and a juvenile and made an arrest on several violations. July was a busy month for us. On July 11th, a patrol sergeant located a mother and her son dumping garbage in a field behind the LDS church. In this instance, a citation was issued and subjects were allowed to clean up the area. On the 15th in Golden Valley, a citizen reported illegal dumping of landscaping waste and provided great photographs of the vehicle involved. Deputies conducted follow-up and ultimately cited the suspect, who also cleaned up the area. On the dirt extension of Chimney in Sun Valley, a citizen reported a stripped-down vehicle being towed into the area by another vehicle. Deputies' quick response met the suspect vehicle leaving the area without the stripped vehicle. 2 suspects were ultimately arrested for this incident. Also in Sun Valley on the 21st, a citizen reported a vehicle had just been dumped, and while deputies were investigating, other witnesses came forward with a description of the suspect and possible location. Based upon that information, deputies were able to locate and arrest the suspect responsible. On the dirt extension of Old North Virginia, a patrol deputy located 2 vehicles that had been recently dumped and conducted follow-up and identified a possible suspect. The suspect was ultimately located and arrested for dumping of these vehicles, as well as a 3rd vehicle at a separate location. In August, deputies arrested 37-year-old Nathan Kelso after residents reported witnessing him illegally dump a vehicle in the area. In the press release related to the incidents, Sheriff Balaam thanked the residents by stating, quote, "Working together, we're making a difference." Here, these stack of 3 vehicles were found dumped on the side of the road. The investigation is currently ongoing and we're attempting to locate witnesses. This incident received national attention on the Seth Meyers show and was used as a punchline, insinuating that this was typical parallel parking in New York City. Now, while we all try to maintain a good sense of humor, as you can see, this is no laughing matter for this location. This picture clearly shows the danger that this presents to the community, as well as any children who may have been innocently playing in the area. In October, a citizen reported a newly illegal dump site littered with garbage bags, TVs, high chair, and other waste. Deputies were able to locate information of a possible suspect and made contact. What's unique about this is the suspect claimed that he paid 2 subjects money to legally dispose of the waste. The owner took responsibility of the property and cleaned up the site, which is a win. And then lastly, shortly after 4 p.m. on Sunday, October the 27th, a volunteer fire district crew was in the area of the dirt extension of Estates Road in Golden Valley when they observed a man who appeared to be dumping flooring waste from a silver pickup truck. When the illegally dumping suspect noticed the crew, he got into his vehicle and drove away. The crew notified dispatch and followed the suspect to a cul-de-sac on Court Star Court. The volunteers stayed in the area and kept eyes on the vehicle until deputies and officers from the Reno Police Department, who were also assisted, arrived on scene, and the suspect was arrested. Okay, here are our statistics based upon our patrol calls for service dating back to 2016 and 17. Our illegal dumping of trash statistics have remained fairly consistent, and for the first quarter this year, we're actually tracking to be lower than normal for general dumping issues. And the reason why I mention this is, Commissioners, because on the next slide, abandoned vehicle statistics have climbed dramatically and pose a whole new threat to our community that is affecting quality of life, definitely frustrating citizens. This is a countywide issue and not specific to any particular area of our jurisdiction. Reno and Sparks have also reported major increases of abandoned vehicle numbers in their jurisdictions. And if the first quarter of this year is any indicator, we'll end up at year's end at approximately 692 abandoned vehicles, well above last year's total. Some contributing factors and challenges. There seems to be a correlation to the decrease in scrap metal pricing that you've heard about and the dumping of vehicles. A vehicle that used to net $400 to $600 now only brings in approximately $50 to $125. Cost and convenience of legitimate disposal. We need to continue working with community partners in the education of the 4 free dumps per year through Waste Management and other free dumping opportunities. DMV registration issues. As you know, Nevada is a non-titling state, which often makes it difficult to hold any particular person responsible that we're attempting to plan on addressing at the next legislature. Burden on local law enforcement and tow companies. We do not have the resources, and we spent countless hours dealing with this non-traditional law enforcement matter, thus taking away resources away from other needed areas. This is also having an effect on tow companies. They report that their lots are full, and they're spending resources obtaining title for scrapping, and they're losing money in the process. We recently had a longtime towing company drop out of our on-call list due to losses they've reported suffering. Issues with the abandoned vehicles. This is obviously a major quality of life for our residents. These vehicles contain gasoline and other dangerous fluids. They attract further damage and part stripping. They attract children to play in or around the vehicles. And obviously, dumped vehicles attracts more trash and dumped vehicles. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office has held quarterly meetings with community stakeholders in an attempt to understand this phenomenon and find solutions. We've had 3 meetings thus far, which have all been well attended in the months of April, August, and the last one occurring just this past Thursday. This has been a tremendous collaborative effort in an attempt to find short-term and long-term solutions. And we've also presented to the Sun Valley GID in September to report this growing problem and our efforts in addressing it. We've attempted to highly publicize our efforts when combating illegal dumping for a couple of reasons. The first is to draw attention to the illegal dumpers and deter others from doing the same. And secondly, is to continue encouraging citizens of reporting these instances of illegal dumpings when they see them. Here's one of our public service announcements I'd like to play.
No volume in the back?
I don't think the video has sound.
Okay.
All right. I'll continue. Just has Sheriff Bain deliver an important message about illegal dumping and showing some of the effects. So, moving on. Citizens, I'd like to remind them, have multiple ways of reporting illegal dumping. We have our non-emergency dispatch number of 785 WCSO. Then we have the Washoe County Sheriff's Office app for smartphones, where citizens can see a site, take a photograph of it, and send it in from that location, and it sends the coordinates of that problem into the Sheriff's Office. And then in closing, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office will continue working with the County Manager's Office to identify funding, also working with code enforcement, keep Tuckahoe beautiful, Cities of Reno and Sparks, and Waste Management to come up with strategies for a stronger and more unified approach to public outreach in the area of legal dumping. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, gentlemen. Commissioners, any comments or questions for, Commissioner Herman?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair. A few years back, we were negotiating with Waste Management, and some of the reasons why we've used Waste Management was to solve this problem, or to keep them having this problem of all these things getting dumped in the desert. That was the whole main purpose of all that. So back when we were negotiating, I suggested to get agenda item to get availability of land for a dump, where people, instead of hauling them somewhere that's illegal, they could haul them to that dump. And it would save you guys a lot of work too. So I'm just thinking that maybe we should be working towards finding something like that and having a place where they can legally bring it. And just a thought.
I appreciate that,
I'd help in any way I
Commissioner.
can.
Thank you. And we are currently working on strategies and funding pieces to, not only when we do these cleanup efforts, where to take these vehicles so they could be properly processed, and then also find the funding to be able to tow these vehicles.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Herman. So for me, I see your PIO sitting in the audience also. I loved the format. I think you should do a show, and you should shame the people that you catch dumping publicly with their names and their photographs, their mugshots, and put this out there to people, because 99.999% of the people who live in the area don't dump illegally. It's just that very, very small fraction of people who do this, and it's amazing the amount that you see from this small fraction, and it's disheartening. And you see it everywhere. You mentioned, I mean, it's region-wide. It really doesn't seem to matter. It's not relegated to one particular area or one district. I'd love to see you guys do a show, a piece on illegal dumping and how people can accomplish this legally. And again, just like the mugshots in the newspaper.
Right.
That's a very effective way.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and I will add that we have highly publicized our arrests that we mentioned. And when we put these incidents on Facebook, everybody loves our canines, and those are
Yes.
usually our biggest hits on Facebook. But I think these instances of making these arrests on illegal dumping, those have exceeded some of our canine posts that we throw out there on social media. So public, you can tell that they're definitely tired of this and favor actions that we're taking in that arena.
Oh, undoubtedly. Thank you. Vice Chair Lucy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Deputy Herrera, thank you for the presentation this morning. Obviously, as we see the elevated illegal dumping throughout not only just the North Valleys, but also in the South, we're seeing it tremendously in Washoe Valley and also through Pleasant Valley area. But this has got to be a tremendous amount of resource time on your behalf of now, to Commissioner Herman's point, we did, when we negotiated the contract with Waste Management, part of that franchise fee was to go back to projects like this. Have you been able to secure funding from the budget staff to get that, or to help augment any of the additional time that you've put into this?
Mr. Commissioner, I would say at this time we're working on that. I believe that the county manager's office is working towards providing some of those franchise fees. The trouble that we've had is just coming up with a price point, and probably Captain Gill can speak to this a little bit more, just a price point for these tow companies to come on board to where they're, because a lot of these abandoned vehicles are on, private properties. We can't just, take them off a public roadway. So
Okay.
anything to add to that, Captain?
Yeah, Commissioners, Captain Don Gill, our plan moving forward is, if you will, is to start with a clean canvas. There are so many vehicles out in the county right now that are in some of these, either not a maintained roadway or someone's property that they haven't done anything with it, but it's clearly a dumped vehicle. And talking to code enforcement, like one property in particular off Highland Ranch where the red truck, and then you have a couple of other vehicles, that's like 3 owners that are in a trust, 3 different states. So we just want to get the cars, document them, get them removed, let DMV do their thing to issue the junk certificate. But that was a topic at our meeting Thursday, was what plan do we put in effect right now to get rid of what's out there?
Right.
And kind of start fresh. Because now and all the commissioners hear about it, we hear about it, it's kind of turned into commonplace. People are now getting used to it. It really upsets them. It upsets me every day I drive to work, but it's just kind of went to a whole new level that we really need to try and get these cars gone, start fresh, and then move on.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Gill, and I appreciate that. And I think, obviously, I won't deliberate too much on this, but I think Commissioner Herman's right. We have to have a conversation about how we're utilizing that franchise fee, and we'll bring that back in the commissioner's announcements and requests. But it's tremendous, and I think, as you pointed out, we're starting to see more and more across the county. And it is an expansive county that has a lot of issues and a very ease of access to rural and dirt roads, parts of it, and realize that we have a responsibility not only for our county and our residents, but our neighboring counties. I know Story County suffers probably from our residents that have moved across into Story County, and same up north in Gerlach into Pershing and stuff of those natures. So I think when we have this conversation, we probably have to have a little bit more of a robust discussion about what is a true framework and how do we truly help, from our standpoint, address illegal dumping throughout the community. So thank you, gentlemen, for coming today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Undersheriff, you
I just
think you're about to stop me.
add on, I did have that conversation with the county manager's office this morning to make sure we get a future board item on franchise fees. So I just want you to know that'll be coming.
Undersheriff, can you put your name on the record? Can you put your name on the record? Really quick?
Wayne Yarbrough, Undersheriff, Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else? Gentlemen, thank you. It's a tough job. Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, Item number 4.
Mr. Chair, item number 4 is an appearance by Heather Korbulik, the Executive Director of Nevada Health Link, here with a presentation on the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Heather Korbulik. I'm the Executive Director of the Silver State Health Insurance Exchange, which is the state agency that runs and operates the Nevada Health Link, which is our online marketplace to connect Nevadans to Affordable Care Act comprehensive insurance. We are currently in the middle of open enrollment, and so I appreciate this opportunity to come and tell you a little bit about what we're doing and what's new and exciting this year. I just wanted to first preface this conversation with giving you some information about who the exchange serves. We are targeting individuals who are not insured through their employers or who are not on Medicare or Medicaid. Our goal and our vision and mission of our agency is to make sure that we're increasing the number of insured Nevadans. And this year is a really critical year for the exchange. We have transitioned this first state-based exchange to transition away from healthcare.gov onto our own state platform. It's 12 days in. I have a few years off my life, but we're really excited about how things are going so far. Open enrollment started on November 1st, and it runs through December 15th. We were able to migrate all of our consumers away from healthcare.gov and invite them to claim their accounts on Nevada Health Link. We started doing that in September. Then we started displaying the plans and the rates for those plans in October. This year, we also have a great new campaign called Peace of Mind, and it really focuses on making sure that consumers understand that having comprehensive health insurance will eventually and prevent you from having a high medical debt that could bankrupt you and your family. We also have a new consumer assistance call center, and I will tell you that I just looked at the stats this morning, and so far we have 99% positive survey results from consumers who have called us. So we're really proud of the work that we're doing as our own state-based exchange. There were several different reasons that we transitioned this way to becoming our own state-based exchange, but first and foremost, the rent was too high. Leasing healthcare.gov was too expensive. So we started investigating about 4 years ago what we were going to do to save our agency and our state money. And I'm proud to tell you that in the first fiscal year alone, we will save at least $4 million for our state, with about $20 million in savings over the life of our contract with our vendor. So the cost was important, but the second most important is the ability to better service our consumers. Now that we have information about who we've enrolled, we have an opportunity to do targeted direct marketing to them, and then to spread out our micro-targeted advertising and outreach efforts across the state. The other opportunity for the state, having our own state-based exchange, is flexibility in innovation around policies specific for Nevada. Using healthcare.gov did not allow us any ability to make modifications just for our state. So we're excited about the potential. I have a feeling our next legislative session will be a lot of discussion around what we can do in that space. As you can see, year over year, our enrollment has peaked and slightly declined. And you can see that some of the decline has come around the last couple of years, or last year specifically. And there's a lot of different reasons for that, but primarily we think it has to do with uncertainty around the future of the Affordable Care Act. So again, we're transitioning to a state-based exchange to try to bring back Nevadans to our exchange and make sure that they know that there's an opportunity for good consumer service and affordable options on Nevada Health Link. This year, we have 27 different qualified health plans. The people of Washoe County are able to select from Health Plan of Nevada, Silver Summit, and we're happy to announce that Anthem has rejoined the exchange for this plan year. So we also have the opportunity to sell dental plans to consumers. And this year, a difference between using healthcare.gov and Nevada Health Link is that we can sell dental plans to people without having to make them purchase a qualified health plan too. So that's a real opportunity for consumers who are potentially on Medicare or on Medicaid and don't have the comprehensive dental benefits that those two programs offer. We only saw 1.6% increase in our premium costs this year, and if you think about 2017, that's a really significant change. In 2017, the average rate increase was about 38%. So we're showing some real signs of stability in our market. We have 8 different navigator grantees and 5 different broker grantees across our state. But really, I'm here today to ask you for your help. There are still well over 100,000 Nevadans who are uninsured who are eligible for exchange plans. The Kenny Gwynn Center, or I always call it the Kenny Gwynn Center, it's not the Kenny Gwynn Center, the Gwynn Center put out a report a few months ago that talked about Nevada being still the 6th highest uninsured state in the country. We have about 400,000 Nevadans statewide who are uninsured, and of those, about 100,000 are eligible for plans on our exchange. We know that a significant portion of those people live here in Washoe County, and we could really use your help to get in touch with them. We only have until December 15th to connect those people to affordable, comprehensive plans. In summary, it's really good for our state and our communities to have a high number of people who are insured. It's good for our economy, it's good for our public health, and it's good for the health and well-being of our family, our friends, and our neighbors. So please help us by connecting community members to the Nevada Health Link. You can go to all of our social media pages, we have them all, and retweet, reshare any of our content. We have a whole page on our website devoted to media assets that you can share. And please help us get in touch with these folks and get them connected by December 15th. If they're not connected by the 15th, they'll have to wait until next year unless they have a qualifying life event. So I'm happy to take any questions, but I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, let me bring this up. Commissioner Burke-Bigler, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is something that perhaps we should have on our website and a connection to this. And if we could put this up on our website to inform Washoe County citizens who go onto our website that this is a way to get health insurance and in a very effective way. This is a great program and a very effective way for them to get health insurance. And so I really would like to see that put up on our website. I know that Nancy Lewinhagen and her team are running the website and are capable of getting that up for us. So I would like to see that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Lucy.
Thank you. Mrs. Corbett, I have a question in regards to one of your slides. You had in plan year 2019, it was down to 83,449 individuals. Is that representative of Washoe County or is that statewide?
Statewide.
That's statewide?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, yeah, I absolutely agree with Commissioner Burke-Bigler. I think this is something that we should be doing as a public service to get that kind of information out to individuals and really try to blast it through not only our emails, but our website, but through any kind of quarterly reporting or anything we do to drive this, especially ahead of enrollment time. Now, enrollment time is open until when?
December 15th.
December 15th.
Yeah.
So we still have some time available.
Yes.
So it is important and imperative for those individuals that don't have insurance to get on that. So thank you. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Manager, I wonder if we could just put a blurb on the Washoe channel. Doesn't necessarily have to be a video, but just a blurb, and how to contact the Health Link. Commissioners, anyone else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for your time.
We appreciate it. Okay. Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 5.
Mr. Chair, item number 5 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you call public comment?
Yes, sir. First up, we have Ms. Sue Walcott-Witten, followed by Ms. Christy Kakaruglu.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sue Walcott-Witten, and I want to talk to you about a crisis situation in Washoe County. I'll be giving you some shocking statistics about the crisis gathered from Nevada Early Childhood Advisory Committee, ECAC. ECAC states that 70% of our children in Washoe County who are entering kindergarten haven't been to preschool, ranking us 50th in the United States. On their first day of school, the kids are right away behind their peers, which causes a problem for the students and the teachers. Nevada has the second fastest growing population, the 9th fastest growth in jobs, and the 9th fastest growing economy in the US. With these statistics, I only see more children needing the access to affordable preschools. According to Washoe County Child Care Assessment Trends completed in June of 2019, child care spaces available for full and part-time care of children don't even match the number of children currently needing care. Even if our community found 10,000 available spaces, it still wouldn't take care of the children that are in need. Children's Cabinet shows that there are 3 child care centers in the North Valleys area. And the reasons why there aren't more is the capital expense involved in developing and opening a preschool facility is extensive and nearly impossible. Unavailability of assistance with funds, support, mentors, or partnerships. Finding adequate locations that do not require a special use permit. And availability of teachers and the funds to pay what they're worth. I, 2 years ago, started a nonprofit preschool, Saving Grace Academy. And for 2 years, I have been trying to find a location. I found a location in the back of Lemon Valley, a church that is perfect. I had courtesy inspections done by the health department, buildings, child care licensing, and the fire department, and they gave us a list of things. I cannot open that because of the special use permit requiring some needs for landscaping. It would cost thousands to get it done. So therefore, I have to look outside of Washoe County jurisdiction in order to be able to put this preschool into effect. My preschool would be giving them not only the regular curriculum, but also beginning Spanish and sign language.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next is Ms. Christy Carrig. I knew it last week, but I can't do it today.
Truckee Meadows, beautiful.
Right. Followed by Mr. Wayne Ford.
You got it. Thank you. My name is
Welcome.
Christy Chacarolo. I'm with the Executive Director of Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, and I am here to convey our thanks to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office for the phenomenal work that they've been doing to catch illegal dumpers in this community. Illegal dumping is not only a visual blight on our society, but it's costly. City of Reno, in their City of Reno Climate Action and Sustainability Plan, estimate that they spend over $500,000 every year just in the City of Reno cleaning up illegal dump sites. It's a fire hazard, and it greatly reduces property values. We really want to encourage the Washoe County Sheriff's Office to continue to keep up this great work. The threat and reality of being caught, cited, and prosecuted are important deterrents to the crime of illegal dumping. In fact, when businesses are caught dumping yard or construction waste illegally, they will lose their business license. Residents need to be aware and hire legitimate businesses and be vigilant and call 785 WCSO when they see illegal dumping in action. Illegal dumping has been a blight on the Truckee Meadows for decades. In 2006, when KTMB started the current illegal dumping task force, it was my dream that we would have mugshots of illegal dumpers in the media, and we have that now, thanks to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Mr. Wayne Ford, followed by Mr. Michael Pitkin.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Ford, 731 Linda Court. It's kind of nice to be back on the home court. It's been a lot of meetings, a lot of committees. You know, for many years, I've seen the county provide many of the things they said they were going to do and many of the things they didn't come to pass that they promised. In the past, we had the community plan. It took some 10 years. It looks like it's on some kind of track to be approved next year. We still have an issue of plans being accepted by planning. And I worked with the State Board of Architecture, Larry Tyndall at the time, to see that certified plans turned in had a stamp on them if they had a letterhead. If they were out of state, they had to be licensed in the state of Nevada to put a stamp in. That's still continuing today as of a project submitted even last month where the individual was not licensed. By the way, that individual was found guilty of $15,000 in fine by the state board and still allowed by this county to submit new plans without a license. Last February, we were supposed to have an MOU discussion according to the Director of Building and Safety. That never occurred. Then, of course, you have on the agenda today the tax refund, and I'm not even going to go there because I know that there's been a lot of delay on that, legal delay. And we're still waiting for the signs on Incline Way. Obviously, this winter we won't need them. So I have some trust issues about what's coming on this agenda this afternoon and whether or not those people that live next to short-term rentals like I do are going to have the kind of enforcement we desperately need, or it's going to be turned over to us to deal with it ourselves. I had to deal with it myself and my daughter last summer. Didn't appreciate it. The owner has since backed off. But in the meantime, possibly one bear was killed because of their negligence, and another animal is roaming after their negligence basically allowed it to get in their home. So it has real consequences. It trains animals to, and I'm not out there with Bear League or anything else, but I see that none of my other neighbors have had that issue. So these things you pass are going to be really important. And I need to develop maybe a little more trust because these items I listed, I've kind of lost some trust over a period of time. So I really encourage you to move forward and put into place what is necessary to enforce these actions that are going to be taking place over the next months and years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Michael Pitkin, followed by Ms. Marika Moore.
Welcome.
My name is Michael Pitkin. I take a very unpopular position. I believe in harm reduction and that all street drugs should be legalized by the U.S. government and should be regulated like alcohol. This would help to break the cartels and mafia. I want to talk about housing in Reno and criminal justice reform for people who use meth and heroin. Do actively participating drug addicts have human rights? I'm asking this area to come up with a harm reduction program to coddle and enable the West Coast bum explosion, as Fox Media calls it. I am asking under H.R. 3884, National Emergencies Act, and Stafford Act Title 42, U.S. Code 5121, Federal Disaster Assistance, for a housing emergency to create locally and nationally tent cities for those who use drugs and can do so with dignity and safety. My experience in Reno is the service providers do not follow through. The service providers appear to be in it only for themselves. I believe there is a local system set up for intentional entrapment or failure. I believe there is a faith-based law enforcement attitude in Reno of making sure people who use drugs either stay in the system or get frustrated enough to move on. As an example, I live in an apartment where my deck looks out upon another building downtown that is notorious for drug use. In 4 years, I am able to see the area where furniture is disposed of. The furniture monthly is put in a giant waste management construction bin. Monthly, I count about 5 to 10 mattresses. That is 120 a year. After 4 years, that's 480 people whose lives are not stable. This is one example of what I believe is a system of failure in Reno. To me, harm reduction for a person using drugs is to meet the individual where they are at. Encourage self-care, such as 1, pay bills first. 2, get plenty of nutrition and liquids. 3, stay off the streets high so as not getting arrested. 4, be mindful of the neighbor's rights. 5, keep cleaned up surroundings and hygiene. 6, be open to care when ready to be sober. 7, know that people care. I do not believe that abstinence-only programs are realistic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Marika Moore, followed by Ms. Elise Weatherly.
Ms. Moore, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Marika Moore, and I'm here with Puppy Mill Free Reno. I sent an email to you guys about a week ago, and I just wanted to follow up. I know there's a lot going on, so much important stuff, but we are really trying to shut down the puppy sales, not the business at all. There's lots of businesses in Reno that deal in animals like scraps and healthy tails, but we just want to stop the puppy sales in Reno. We're working with the Reno City Council. There is a statute, NRS 574055, that allows animal control to take the puppies away from anyone who's mistreating them and bill the owners for the care until they can be cared for. The reason we're really, really hot on this right now, and we've been trying since 2014 because, I'll get into that, the owners have been indicted on 6 counts of torture and murdering dogs. On top of that, these puppies, we have proof that these puppies come from puppy mills. We know the location in Britt, Iowa. It was formerly called Jack's Puppy Mill, and since Iowa has these loopholes, they outlawed puppy mills, but they turned themselves into Hobo's Canine Rescue, and it's exactly in the same address. It's in the grand jury testimony of what happened with the Schneiders. So that's located in the Reno City Courts. I can get that to you guys, but we have to go in there and read it, and they don't allow you to. It's not even online, so I can print copies and email it to you if you like. But at this point, the Washoe County Commissioners, from what I understand, can have animal control. They can invoke the NRS statute and have animal control take the dogs until the trial, and if they're proven innocent, then they can give them back. But if they're proven guilty, then they'll go on and be rehomed. But in the meantime, they can at least get proper medical care. I've been in there. I took some pictures. It's not okay how the animals are being treated right now, and they shuffle in new animals all the time from this puppy mill. So right now, the city council gave them 6 months to stay in business, and then they'll be banned. But in the meantime, Christmas is coming. So there's tons of people spontaneously buying puppies. The puppies are sick, and they put them in these nebulizers, that's in the indictment too, to make them look healthy enough to sell. Then they go out, and there's quite a few people I know that have bought puppies. They die within a year, and the store's not paying. There's so much is going on with it. So I'm asking you to invoke the NRS statutes and have Washoe County take them away, the animal control. Thank you so much.
Ms. Elise Weatherly, followed by Mr. Alex Christopher.
Welcome, Ms. Webb.
Hi, Elise Weatherly, Washoe County. I was just going to ask anybody here, anybody else think that we're actually in the days of Noah? I swear it seems like it with the stuff that's going on. The one thing that I will say is when this happens, because it will affect everyone, there will be no exceptions and there will be no exemptions. In the meantime, I want to talk about dumping. What I have noticed in my experience is that as a person that took care of business, I took on other people's dumping. It was at the El Dorado, it was with my daughter, it was all over the place. So what I have noticed is that law abiders will pick up after law abiders, and law breakers will get a break from people like Judge Chris Wilson, City of Sparks. They get a break, but we have to pay for it. So you guys are going to increase the taxes to try to fix the problem without fixing the problem itself. So I would say let's stop raising taxes for that. I will say too, you guys will get a kick out of this. I discovered that I was given some advice not to burn my jacket from the El Dorado because I had planned on doing that as my former boss peer did because of the treatment that the El Dorado gives to their loyal employees. So it's unburnable, so we're not going to burn it, and if we did, we'd follow the law and everything. But what I will say is that the El Dorado, they don't want the homeless around. Do you know why? Do you think they care about the homeless? No, they don't want them knocking at their door because it It's, ruins their business. So let them, since they're obviously not paying their employees enough to do dump runs, why don't you set them up to take care of the homeless and do the dump runs? Because they obviously don't pay for their employees. They line their pockets well, I will tell you that. By the way, I went to Popeyes the other day, and the kids that were there were horrible at their jobs. Went around the Reno area, and there's garbage all over the place. Listened to Sirius Radio this morning, and they're laughing because there is a business somewhere in another state that will refuse to serve kids if they don't behave. So they're laughing about that. Oh, ha, ha, they wouldn't let one of us in because they don't want to follow the laws and they don't want to obey. And that's the kind of stuff that we're doing now. And I've got a song coming out pretty quick that a doctor here in town is going to help me do, and it's going to be called REPA. REPA. Repetition, repetition, repetition. We say the same things over and over and over again, and nobody hears us. We have this communication thing. You guys say you want public comment. When's the last time that anybody actually wanted to hear what I had to say? Can't remember. Don't think that happens. There's always going to be reasons and excuses why people will dump their stuff. Like Jeff, he brought that picture of that guy taking a dump, right? There's going to be reasons and excuses why that can't happen. That, they just can't pick up after themselves. By the way, inaction means action. It is a type of action. I did work with HealthLink. It was a vending machine that cost the state millions of dollars. Harm reduction, yeah. Just make the drug users pay taxes, and then they can take care of the homeless. And I have to leave because I have to take care of other people's business. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Alex Christopher, followed by Mr. Sam Dene.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Alex Christopher. I live south of Reno in Arrow Creek. And I wanted to address item 29 on the agenda and just suggest that since you have a new manager coming in at the end of the month, as I understand it, maybe you want to really seriously consider negotiation and not move forward with doing the appeal until further. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying think about it, give it another month, work with the new manager, and who knows, maybe you can negotiate it. A lot of people will be happy to have it over with. And just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sam Dene, followed by Ms. Renee Johnson.
Mr. Dene, welcome.
Welcome to you too. Sam Dene, the guard angel for the government. You guys are the government. There are employees up there. At any rate, I think the commissioner had a pretty good idea about having a dumping movie. I'll even volunteer to write some scenes for the dumping movie, and I'll even do that philanthropically. But I recommend that we have some of the commissioners be the main actors in the dumping movie, because people watch these movies to see people who they recognize. If you just have a bunch of people out there they never saw before, how are you even going to promote these movies in the headlines? Joe Smith over here and Laszlo Schwartz, they don't know who they are, but they know. If you can name Kitty Jung is playing the latest dumping movie, that would be great. And Mr. Hartung, it's a good idea. You'd be the main actors, and I'll write the scenarios. I'll write the movies. That's just a suggestion. Seriously speaking, though, I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I've been to virtually every government meeting in this community since 1993. So I am the encyclopedia, the DNA of Reno Washoe government. And this thing that is, and I've seen a lot of nasty stuff, really, really nasty stuff. Some of it preventable, some of it maybe not preventable. But the nastiest thing, among the nastiest preventable issues is this Wild Creek Golf Course billion-dollar boondoggle. A year ago, or 2 years ago, EDON, the Economic Devastating Authority of Western Nevada, headed by West Point graduate Kazmierski, perpetrated a vote that you citizens apparently agreed to vote for an infinite, never-ending tax for the school board. The school board is probably one of the most denigrated organizations in Northern Nevada, and that's saying a lot. And now the school board, and there's no way that that was an honest vote. Whether it was the billboards or just cheating in the vote lines down there, I don't know. There's no way the citizens are so stupid to vote the bureaucrats an infinite tax, and that tax was to build schools. And one of the first things they do, they went over and attacked these hundreds of senior citizens at the Wild Creek Golf Course and decided to build a school there. Crazy, dumb, stupid, I don't have enough adjectives to tell you. And damnable is what it is, doing that to those citizens. Now they're bait and switch, and they want to maybe rename it or not. I hate to even go there, but it should keep the same name that it has, but it should go somewhere else.
Thank you, Mr. Dene.
Ms. Renee Johnson?
Good morning. My name is Renee Johnson.
Welcome.
And I am a I come from a multi-generational Nevada native, and I live in Sparks, Nevada. And approximately 5 years ago, December 8th, 2015 to be exact, members of the community came before you asking to outlaw or shut down stores that sell live animals, particularly puppies, Puppies Plus, and Puppy Love. So at that time, it was not voted in favor of. So here we are 5 years later, and we have more problems. The owners who have, as you well know, have been indicted on 6 felony counts of animal cruelty and torture. And I do understand that because it is a legal matter that you can't comment on the specifics of the case, but we want to know why the county commissioners haven't been involved most recently in helping the Reno City Council men and women draft language to close or keep the stores from selling live animals. Is that something that you can answer for us today?
No, it's public comment, ma'am. Can't engage.
Okay. Well, I happen to live in your district, and is it a possibility for me to come and meet with you? And possibly all of you? I would love to do that. I mean, I do understand that you all are very well aware of what's been taking place over the last 5 years, but I just don't understand why we are 5 years later here at the same spot, but a little different situation, and nothing has been done when there are several major organizations like Best Friends organization, Sanctuary out of Utah, and they have over 250,000 members. They're watching this case. The Humane Society of the United States is helping the Reno City Council men and women draft the language to keep the store from selling live animals. They have over 10 million members. So we have these big organizations and no involvement from the Washoe County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was all the public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Manager, item number 6.
Mr. Chair, that takes us to item number 6, which is the Commissioners, County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include the boards and commissions updates, requests for information on topics for future agendas.
Do you have any items, Mr. Manager?
I do. I've got a couple of items this morning. Just a reminder for those watching and those in the audience here today, we have canceled the November 26th board meeting. However, we will have our regularly scheduled board meeting next Tuesday, the 19th at 10 a.m. Just want to make sure that was on the record. And then, Commissioners, as you know, we are currently participating in a statewide counterterrorism exercise this week, the Silver Crucible 2019 exercise. And while we, in the operations side of the world, use this type of exercise to train on our roles and responsibilities within the region, you also play an important role in emergency management. I've provided for you a card. This was a request of one of our commissioners in the past, kind of a run card. This is your kind of role, so to speak, during emergencies. I just want to make sure that you had that information, and as always, we appreciate your recognition and support for emergency management as a critical public service that we provide to this region. That is all I have today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Birkbigler, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things. I'm curious, Mr. District Attorney, if, and you probably can't answer this because it's not, we're not stylized to give an answer, but if you could do some research for us and let this commission know whether or not it is legal for us to ask animal services or require animal services to remove those dogs. I seem to recall that that was not something we were legally able to do, but if you'd please look into that for us, I would appreciate it. And I would provide one answer now that we're under Commissioner comments. I would just simply say as a comment, the facilities are located, the 2 dog stores that are under litigation are located within the footprint of the city of Reno, and it isn't the county commissioners can't tell the city how to write their own regulations. We can work with our animal services, and that's what we're asking the district attorney here to do for us, to give us some further information. And please give me a call. I'll be happy to sit with you and talk with you about this, as I'm sure the rest of the commissioners would. The other thing is I'm curious, and I know I see Ms. Howell here, I'm curious about the preschool situation, and if Ms. Howell would please look into that, I would greatly appreciate it. I think preschool is so important, and it is so necessary, and it is really difficult, and it's very expensive. And so I know Ms. Howell, who heads up takes care of all of our needs, our social needs. She's the guru of all of that kind of thing. So if you will get with her, I'm sure she can help you work on this, and I know she'll take care of it. And with that, I would just simply say that it is going to be an interesting afternoon, and I'm looking forward to all of us having the opportunity to have a lengthy discussion on Mr. Ford's issues relative to STRs. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Lucy, I have you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the things that we heard this morning, and one thing that I would like to have a more robust discussion about is the discussion of how these illegal dumpings and how we're utilizing those franchise fees. And what I'd like is for staff to bring back how that's getting allocated, where those needs to go. And I did like Commissioner Herman's comments about satellite dump sites, potentially once a year or periods of time, satellite dump sites where they do very, very frequently in rural areas, where they take trash bins out to areas and let people put in and dispose of trash and whatnot. So, and the other thing I'd like to point out is I think I'm fairly certain that not only do we get 4 dumps free per year, but we have weekends that are coming. We have spring and fall cleanup weekends. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
A whole month.
Just as a point of clarification, all of the month of November, you're allowed to put out up to 6 bags at the curbside without utilizing the stickers.
Okay. And we also is it just November, but also spring as well, correct?
We do as well have it in the spring. That's correct.
So I mean, those types of things we also need to be making sure that we're getting that kind of information out, dispelled on a greater source as well. And so when we talk about cleanliness of the county, I think that's an important thing. It's important that we have this conversation because it's not just for illegal dumping, but we at the CHAB had a very important meeting. And when I say CHAB, I'm sorry, speaking the CHAB, but it's actually the Community Homeless Advisory Board that's comprised of all 3 entities. We had a presentation from Tumwa, and that presentation, showed a number of issues along another very, very important area within our community, which is the Truckee River, which spans throughout every entity, Sparks, Reno, and Washoe County. And it's a source of our drinking water. It's something we have set it's part of our state song. I mean, there's a number of things that that Truckee River represents, and we've allowed it to become a waste site for a number of things, for used needles, for human feces, and it's it's very, very disrupting, or it's very disheartening to me that that's what our river has become. And I'd like to see this board have some sort of a discussion or take some sort of action about how we move forward with, if we're using those franchise fees, how are we using those franchise fees? And then also, if we need additional funding, what we need to do to address cleaning and make sure that we're doing something helping the sheriff's team, the sheriff's department in regards to their most team, the most team, and how they're doing outreach for homeless individuals along the river, how we are doing what we're doing for cleanup, if we need to support and build, help build sites for bathrooms. Those things need to have those discussions, because it was very upsetting. And I know Commissioner Burkbiegler and I sat through that meeting, and it was very, very sad. So other than that, that's all I have, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy. Ms. Herman, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to thank Ms. Wolcott-Witten for coming today and giving her sad story about her bad luck. And I also want to thank Amber Howell for coming right up and offering her help. That was just wonderful. And so I would like to request that we look into this situation and this much-needed school, and try to maybe waive a few landscape things, or maybe we can help with that, or however, but I'd like that to be an important thing to look into. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Jung, I'll let you go before I do. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll pick up.
I would like to ask staff, Commissioner Herman and I attended the Veterans Appreciation Breakfast over on Saturday that the Sun Valley GID puts on every year. And I was approached by the Veterans Services Officer who works through our organization, of which we have funded to the tune of $200,000 a year, which really translates into about $2.3 million returned to the community that the Veterans Services Officer is able to coordinate insurance that will pay for them, their pensions, if any, Social Security, et cetera, courts in which they can be put to specialty courts so that they are treated differently because of their service to our country in times of war. And she is concerned and has emailed every single one of us a couple weeks ago. She's quite concerned because staff has told her that they are no longer going to fund that. And I don't think that's a staff recommendation, first of all. I think that's what the board does. And so if we could if I have incorrect information, which that'd be weird, right? That a constituent doesn't tell all the story. Please, you can write us an email. If not, I'd like to have a conversation up here at the board about how much we're going to, I fought very hard to even this is way before any of your tenure, very hard to get people trained up to be able to be veteran service officers and then to pay for the path to pay for them. That was during the Great Recession, 2007, 2008. So I don't want to see that go away, but if there's better ways to manage the program, I mean, there's lots of areas I don't know anything about because I heard one side. And in my experience, there's constituent side, there's staff side, and then there's what really happened in between, right? And there's no shame on either way of lobbying, because that's the way lobbying looks. So if you don't need to give us a full presentation and just need to email us, that would be great too, because we have all heard from her. So that concerns me, and maybe I have bad information. I might even be interpreting her information wrong. So again, we were at a social setting trying to honor our nation's veterans. In addition to that, I did attend the Susan Klebold talk about her being the mother of Dylan Klebold from the Columbine massacre. He was one of the two boys who killed and wounded many, many people at Columbine High School. And she is now doing, I guess she did a TED Talk and then was invited here by the young entrepreneurs. This place was packed with young entrepreneurs. And she was the guest speaker, really trying to take her approach, which is kind of weird to me, but she's only using one side of the approach, and I get it. She's a mother of a kid that did a terrible thing. I don't know how mothers ever process that again, but she's really reaching out in terms of suicide prevention. And as you know, we are, as a state, we have the worst data on suicide as well, not just for teenagers who have it rough. We've all been teenagers. It's a horrible experience as far as I'm concerned. I would never go back. But elderly adults too. White men over the age of 80 are one of our largest groups of people that commit suicide. And a lot of that is because they're so afraid that they're going to outlive their money. And that's rough. That people in their so-called golden age have to really work on if they're going to make it. So it was a great talk. I think it took a lot of courage on her part to speak out. It was very respectful as well. I was kind of worried, what would happen in the crowd with that type of conversation. And I just want to give the appreciation to Noah Chubb Silverman, who put it together. He's a board member of the Young Entrepreneurs. And I got to tell you, commissioners, I came in that night very incognito. And it was an unusual night because this chambers was packed. And it's my favorite night, no offense to my friends. I didn't know anybody in the room. So it's a population of these young entrepreneurs who are really taken amongst themselves to become leaders in our community. And I encourage that tremendously. So no ask from staff or anything about it, just good job at coordinating it. I think the District Board of Health really helped with that, or the health department, in getting this awareness. And then finally, I have to say to my two favorite veterans in the whole wide world, Happy Veterans Day, Dad and Scott Jung. You are my heroes, and it's a good thing that you make sure that this big mouth gets to run her big mouth whenever she wants, because you fought so hard, boots on the ground, as veterans for this fine country. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. And by way of that, I know that all commissioners, we all attended something to do with veterans. The Veterans Breakfast on Saturday. On Monday, there was the Nevada Veterans Memorial Plaza ribbon cutting, which I had an opportunity to attend, and they did a reenactment of the flag raising at Iwo Jima. That's a photograph that I made, and I would just love to say, and Commissioner Lucy also, you were at the parade. To our men and women in uniform, past, present, and future, God bless you and thank you. And on Commissioner Jung's point, the reason we can sit here freely and deliberate is because of what veterans gave, give, and will give. God bless you. Thank you. I mean, we live in the greatest country in the world. So I'm touched by the people who step up and put their lives on the line. Thank you. So I'll get off my box here for a second. With respect to Ms. Wolcott-Witten's request, I think that's an engineering scenario. She mentioned landscaping and landscaping needs. And so what I'd like to hear is or planning rather, I'm sorry. So it's planning and engineering. So what I'd like to hear is why would we require on an existing building some landscaping standards for an SUP? So I'm curious about that. So if you could get back to me, that would be very helpful. Mr. Ford also mentioned some situations with licensed engineers being able to submit plans who are not licensed in the state of Nevada. If this is the case, I mean, those plans should be rejected immediately. So perhaps Mr. Solero and Mr. Smith, you can follow up with me and kind of give me some background on that. With respect to Ms. Moore and Ms. Johnson's request, Mr. Liparelli, I'd like to hear from you about, I believe she mentioned, if I wrote it down correctly, and I don't know whether I did, 574-055. I'd like to hear about about that. And the understanding that, and this is kind of an interesting thing, people don't always understand this about the role of government and the levels of, I'll call it levels of consanguinity, right? So state government acts as an overarching, well, federal, of course, is the overarching government, although we've seen states not abide by certain federal laws in the past. Cannabis is one of those things, but I digress. We'll just keep it down to the state level. State NRS is basically, if it's an NRS, it is you will abide. It's not may, it is you will abide. County codes, however, do not necessarily apply to municipalities within their boundaries. So we can establish codes and regulations, but they don't necessarily apply to the city of Reno or the city of Sparks or the incorporated counties, or the incorporated cities, rather. Forgive me. So the fact that a business happens to be allowed in a city does not necessarily mean that it has something to do with a county code. We can pass codes all day long, but the cities can still, they can still do business as they see fit. So I'd like some more information on this. And of course, there's an ongoing case, and that's kind of an interesting scenario. We're well waiting to see the outcome of that. And my final is for the sheriff's office. I received a complaint with respect to Cordoba. And Cordoba is in Spanish Springs. It's this long kind of a sweeper, downhill one way, uphill the other way. It's notorious for speeding. I mean, when Cordoba was very first built, and there were no houses, and I was still a real bicyclist, which I'm not anymore. I only ride pretend bikes in my living room. You can fly down Cordoba. In fact, I would wager to say that I was able on a bicycle to get up well over the speed limit. And I know people are doing that. We did put in a four-way stop, Mr. Manager, if you recall, at Cordoba and Sky Ranch, at East Sky Ranch. That has helped some of the issues around the school, but maybe there's some other things, Mr. Smith, Mr. Solero, working in concert with the sheriff's office that we can do to control some of those roads. And it's not just Cordoba, of course. We're still dealing with Dolores. We're still dealing with, we have made some great headway on Silent and Talking Sparrow, and there's some other streets. Aaron is a major one out in Spanish Springs. And I know that this is not confined to just Spanish Springs. I know you guys, speaking with respect to the sheriff's office, I know you're inundated with this stuff. So, and it's really funny because the people who are speeding are the people who live there. It's counterintuitive to me, and the people on my street who speed, a lot of them, not all, but many of them are people who are taking their kids to school. So it's a little frustrating. Did I knock anything loose? Commissioner Jung, I have you signed back in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lucy, would you leave Commissioner Jung alone, please,
Yes,
with
sir.
your
Thank you,
FM
Mr.
voice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair. Now I forget why I know why I signed in. I would like to make an announcement that was brought to my attention at the Sun Valley General Improvement District Veterans Appreciation. Nevada NORML, which is the National Organization for Regulating Marijuana like alcohol, is asking everybody today to call every one of our representatives, Dina Titus, Mark Amade, Susie Lee, Stephen Horsford, Jackie Rosen, and Catherine Cortez Mastos, to say that we're supporting the Veterans Medical Marijuana Safe Harbor Act, which is a seawide change in treatment for veterans throughout the country, which is, as you may or may not be aware of, many of our returning combat veterans are severely addicted to opioids because of the major injuries that they were able to live through, which is very unusual, even 20 years ago. And they come home addicted to fentanyl and oxycodone and all of the other nasties that we are well aware of, and are unable to maintain their veteran services rights and benefits if they use cannabis. which is proven to help people get off the opioids that the doctors pushed on them, knowing full well the addiction level that would happen. And they are threatened every time they do use a cannabis product, whether it is a lotion for pain, or whether they are imbibing on it edibly, or smoking it as well. So please call your representatives if you bump into them today. That's the cool thing about Nevada. You can see them anywhere and everywhere. They're always at the airport. I see these people. Please let them know that you support that and that veterans deserve to be treated with what the best science is to treat their afflictions, including the use of cannabis as a complementary approach to their anxiety, pain issues, and most importantly, getting off the OxyContin and other opioid-like drugs. Please, please, please reach out. And if you don't agree with me, call them and tell them you don't like what Commissioner Jung is saying. That's the beautiful thing about a free country. But I do strongly believe in this. So I'll pass it around to my commissioners as well, because I know I have cool commissioners too. Well, that's the Northern Nevada thing, right? Please be aware of that and be a voice for people who already served and gave their far bigger than you will ever do, their debt as being American citizens, and support them in humane treatment that's based on data and harm reduction and not morality and religion. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, I have no one else signed in. So ladies, Miss Moore and Miss Johnson, hold on just a second, Mr. Solero. Miss Moore and Miss Johnson, staff, would you make sure that we have Cheyenne Schul reach out to them? Because I know she's sent some information out with respect to this. Okay. All right. Mr. Solero, you're up, sir.
So sorry, I did have one thing that popped up with Commissioner Lucy's discussion. Just wanted to clarify for unincorporated Washoe County residents, 6 free bags each pickup day in November. That's what currently is part of that franchise agreement, as well as 4 free dumps per household at the transfer stations or the landfill. So I want to make sure that people are aware of that too in unincorporated Washoe County. You can do your part as well to take that. Each calendar year, you get 4 free dumps with your residents. So unincorporated Washoe County residents.
And I don't want to deliberate on this, but I thought in the month of November, you could set out kind of nearly as much as you wanted, and in the spring and the fall.
It's 6 bags per pickup day.
Per pickup day?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, commissioners, anyone else? Okay. We will move on. Mr. Manager, I believe that takes us to item number 7, a proclamation.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We have item 7A, which is a proclamation for the week of November 11th through 17th, 2019 as National Apprenticeship Week. And I believe we've got Ms. Diane Vanderwell here from the Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Coordinators Council, or Association, sorry.
Okay, and I see a bunch of people in the back of the room. Come on down.
We
Commissioner
have a whole
Burke-Bigler.
crowd of them, so. Nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome,
Hi, sweetheart. How are you?
lady and gentlemen.
Good morning. Nice to meet you all. Thank you all for coming. Nice to see you. Well, as we know, this is something we do every year to honor our trade, our construction, that's the word I was looking for. I knew it was there somewhere. Construction, trades, industry, and all of the training and the apprenticeships that they do with all of these people. And it's so important to us because construction is really important, and this is a growing community. And so today, standing behind me here are a whole group of people who are working very strongly with the National Apprenticeship Week, which is going on, and I want to read this proclamation on their behalf. Whereas Washoe County has diverse history in the fields of manufacturing, trade, labor, and education, and our region must capitalize on these strengths to be successful in the growing and changing economy. And whereas by coordinating education, job training systems to our economic drivers, our community, workforce, and employees realize great benefit. And whereas apprenticeship is a vital component of talent and development, in rapidly growing sectors and is recognized as a critical post-secondary education training ground for future employment. And whereas apprenticeship programs create a stronger economic environment by producing highly skilled and competitive workers, and whereas sponsors and participating employers provide meaningful educational opportunities through on-the-job learning and related technical instruction, and whereas Washoe County supports the contribution of apprenticeship programs and the dedication these programs provide in supporting employers, and whereas National Apprenticeship Week is an opportunity to recognize the positive impact apprenticeships have on individuals, businesses, and Washoe County's economy, and now therefore the Washoe County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of November 11th through the 17th, 2019, as National Apprenticeship Week, dated this date, 12th of November 2019, and signed by our Chairman Von Hartung. And with that, I would turn to
Randy.
To Randy. Oh,
Who's
so
the president.
she's.
He's president.
Oh,
I just work for them, so we want.
Randy, please come forward and tell us how all the great things you guys are doing, because we know it's wonderful.
Welcome, sir.
And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Please
you for
identify
having us.
yourself for the record.
For the record, my name's Randy Canale. I'm training coordinator for the plumbers and pipe fitters and HVAC service technicians, and also president of the organization that's here today, the Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Coordinators Association. We thank you very much for having us here and presenting us with this proclamation. I could speak for a long time about the benefits of apprenticeship, how it's something that really gives, it's kind of like the the alternate four-year degree, where these people, they go through the programs, they turn out, their work readiness is immediate. They immediately go to work as journey level workers once they turn out from the programs. Almost all, they soon will be, all receive college credit for the classes that they take there. They turn out, again, making a very livable wage with benefits, health insurance, covers them, most of the time their families, retirement, all those things that can help. And one of the most important things is no matter what type of industry is coming to Northern Nevada, whether it be for healthcare industry, any type of industrial type work or anything like that, one of our sayings is if we can't build it, they are not going to come. And so the construction industry is extremely important to Northern Nevada. We want to keep bringing these people here, so therefore we have to keep training these young men and women that come into the trades, and it is something that is very vital. And like I say, I could keep talking, but if you don't mind, I'd like to give the opportunity to maybe some of the apprentices that are in the program right now to speak to you and tell them what the program means to them.
Mr. Canale, I want to just thank you, and I want to thank you. You make amazing suits.
You know, it actually, that might be a relative.
I bet it is. I bet it is.
But thank you.
Canale.
Yeah. Actually, my name has an E. That one was with an I, but my dad's birth certificate was actually changed when his family came on to Ellis Island. They didn't know how to pronounce it, but some of our family members have changed it back to an I.
Understood. Well, thank you so much. Gentlemen, welcome, and when you speak, please just tell us who you are, introduce yourselves for the record. Don't be shy.
Go ahead, Travis. My name is Travis Mullins. I am a second-year apprentice in the local 350 plumbers and pipe fitters. And this program has allowed me to, this isn't a job, this is a very successful career. I've seen my peers do very well for themselves. I do have the opportunity for a great retirement. I can take care of my family. I do have amazing benefits. So this is something that has affected my life in the positive greatly. I appreciate it for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victor Amesqua, and I'm part of the local 26 sheet metal union, and I really enjoy being in this apprenticeship because I am a DACA, and I'm able to go to school and also have my work visa with it without being able to go back. And it helps my family too. I have a kid and a wife, and I'm able to have insurance for them and, be able to retire hopefully early to be able to be with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Name's Denver Hughes, Local 350, Pipe Fitters Plumbers. I like to say 2.5 year to one up my brother back here. No, I'm born and raised, battle-born Nevadan. Joining the actual apprenticeship has definitely been one of the best decisions of my life. Not only did I come from an environment where I didn't work non-union and been put into some dangerous and very unhealthy situations, being a part of the actual Local 350, they train you properly on how to do work diligently for the contractors that come down here for the state of Nevada, which represents not only the union, but also us as a state. And to be a part of that, to be born and raised in Nevada and be part of the infrastructure and the building of Nevada is very important to me. And to learn it the right way from like coordinators like Randy Canale and the other instructors that help train us to go perform for these contractors on a very exceptional level, to be able to provide for the actual customer as well, shines a big light on the state of Nevada. So to be a part of that is a really big thing for me. And it's also nice to go home knowing that I had a hard day's work, I made an honest day's living, I'm providing a health insurance program for not only myself, but for my family and 2 young boys, which I appreciate, and I'm sure they do too, because now that I work in a safe environment, I'm able to come home at night and still bring food to the table because of the Local 350. So I want to thank all of you guys for the support you guys give to the actual local apprenticeships around town and through the state, because I think it's very important. Local 350 is definitely the stronghold, and they are working towards a very strong workforce to be able to provide for our infrastructure, not only for the county, but also for the state of Nevada. So I just want to appreciate your time for letting me talk, and it's a great time in my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more. My name is Christian Wright, for the record. You know, as a veteran, as you guys were talking about earlier, I've lived a very complicated life. The cool thing for me is, in my life now, I only have one goal, and that is to be a good father and a good husband. Everything else is a sub-factor in that. The JATC has allowed me to get into a job, a career, build on it, learn skills that will not only help me through the rest of my life, but they will provide my family with what they need. We just bought a new house up in, I think it's your neck of the woods, so I'll slow down. But it's allowing us to do the great things for our families. It's allowing us to learn skills that we'll be able to pass on to our future generations. For me, it's one of those things, you could say it's life-saving. It's definitely transformational and well worthwhile. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. And I only ask you to slow down for your children.
Hello, my name is Josh Morrow. I'm the coordinator for the Northern Nevada Sheet Metal Workers Apprenticeship. And something just kind of spoke to me through the discussions had this morning. And one of the things I wanted to point out, not only do we provide a quality education to provide journey persons to do professional quality craftsmanship level jobs, from everything from power generation to maintenance of buildings to construction of new buildings. But something else the thing that spoke to me today was 2 items that were spoke about without any reference to us, or any drive from us, I should say, was the healthcare issue and the suicide prevention rates, or the suicide rates of the elderly who are outliving their money, as was stated earlier. And I would like to point out that through our education, through our management of our programs, and through our association to our locals, that we also are out there providing that health care for our members and their families, and also helping to provide those pensions that will help them throughout their later years in life when they're unable to be a part of the workforce, which we hope will be a part of reducing those rates and making those numbers better for Nevadans. So thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more introduction.
Okay. Rob Benner with the Building and Construction Trades Council. Just to remind everybody that, as we hear the construction industry say we have a shortage of construction workers, just like to let everybody know that we are here to meet the need, and we can meet that need through registered apprenticeship programs. These programs are free to the participants. The apprentices do not pay anything to be in these programs, and these programs are free for the taxpayer. This is a private industry solution to job training that does not require government tax dollars. So or debt. So this is, I always like to remind everybody that this is a private industry solution to job training. So thank you.
Thank you.
You have really great things to say, everybody. Commissioners, could we get a picture with this great?
Absolutely. Well, so before, is that in the form of a motion?
That was in the form of a motion, yes. I move that we approve this proclamation.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we got that. Let's go down and then we'll vote afterwards.
We'll go right in here. Are we going inside or staying out here?
Who's doing the picture?
We can come inside.
Okay, no, guide us wherever you want us to be.
No, you guys. You guys? Thanks for being here. Oh, we'll put the tall ones in the middle. We also should point out why our commissioners are ragged face there. It's monk, no shoes, November.
This makes me look old.
On your, you have to be in the middle.
It's got your name on it.
You want me to come in the middle? I'll stand.
There we go.
I'll stand with the big guys.
We need to come in a little closer. In a little tighter. Sorry. There we go. Can't blame that one on Bobby. It's his fault. Get your little face over here. And there we go. Got everybody in 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you. Super. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys do. So much. I love it.
Oh, good. Nice place,
Very well.
See, I should have noticed my whiskers.
Thank you.
And that deep voice. Who is it you sound like? Right, turn your finger on. We're waiting for your vote.
I know. I'm getting there. Diane, who is a planning and regional planning commission member, is reminding me to get back to work. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Jung. Commissioners, is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes. Congratulations, and thanks for coming in and spending some time with us.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Manager, that takes us to item number 8, consent.
Yes, today our consent agenda, item 8A through 8F3.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or anyone need anything removed from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
None that I saw signed in, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, we will close that. Okay, I have a motion. I have a motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Lucy. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Are there any opposed? I believe the motion carries unanimously. Mr. Manager, that takes us now to, I believe, a block vote for item number 9, or beginning at item number 9. Commissioner Burke-Bigler, do you have said block vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have the block vote. I will recommend that we put into a block vote item items numbered 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, I could have just said 1 through, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27.
Okay, so 9 through 27. Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Jung. Commissioner Lucy, I have you signed in.
Mr. Chairman, I need to make a disclosure at this time, and I'll do so if I have the floor. Before we take any action on the block motion today, I need to make a disclosure. Megan Lucy is my wife. She is the principal of Burkett Lucy Law Group, through which she provides legal advice and consultation for clients and for compensation. Megan has a contract with Washoe County and to provide professional services as an independent contractor for the Human Services Agency. On item 15 on the agenda today's meeting involves the renewal of Megan's contract for an additional year. I have consulted with the DA about the Nevada ethics law and under the legal decision-making standards whether my relationship with my wife creates any legal duties. The actions that I am taking today are based upon the advice of legal counsel. I have a financial interest in my wife's earnings, and I am abstaining from participating or voting on Megan's contract under NRS 281A.420. So, Mr. Chairman and Madam Clerk, please let the record reflect that I will be abstaining from item 15, but I am participating in the remaining items of the block vote.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Manager, do you want to? Louder reading, sir.
Is that 5?
You can take.
I'll get going here.
But Mr. Manager, I want you to do it in one breath.
I was contemplating auctioneer classes for these types of days.
Item
All right.
number 9, start with that.
Item number 9 is a recommendation to approve the professional services agreement between Washoe County Health District and Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful in the amount of $180,000 for the period of January 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 in support of the recycling and solid waste program activities. Item number 10 is a recommendation to approve new positions and reclassification requests of a vacant wastewater collection system supervisor, pay grade K, to a new job classification of utility system supervisor, pay grade N for community services, a vacant human services program manager, pay grade P, to a new job classification of human services property manager, pay grade M, 2 new full-time mental health counselor positions, pay grade P for the Human Services Agency, a library assistant 1, pay grade E, to library assistant 2, pay grade G for the library system, a vacant account clerk 2, pay grade H, to office support specialist, pay grade H, 1 new full-time position for a new job classification of chaplain, pay grade N, 1 new part-time benefited position, 0.6 FTE, for a new job classification of chaplain assistant, pay grade K, 1 new part-time benefited position, 0.6 FTE, for a new job classification of detention library aide, pay grade A, and a new intermittent hourly office assistant 3, pay grade G for the Sheriff's Office, and a change in pay grade for lead program analyst from YPP to YOP to reflect premium pay in the Assessor's Office, as evaluated by the Job Evaluation Committee or Korn Ferry, formerly HAY, and authorize the Human Resources to make necessary adjustments. The net annual fiscal impact is estimated at $500,750. Item number 11 is a recommendation to approve federal fiscal year 19 Emergency Management Performance Grant, EMPG, from the State of Nevada Division of Emergency Management, awarding $170,877 with a $170,877 county match, including funds to be used for travel, retroactive from October 1st, 2018 through September 30th, 2020. And if approved, authorize the county manager or his designee to sign the grant award documents when received, and authorize the comptroller's office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 12 is a recommendation to approve the reimbursement of costs incurred by the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and departments of Washoe County for expenses related to and in support of the Enhanced 911 Emergency Response System and portable event recording devices, and recommended by the 911 Emergency Response Advisory Committee in an amount not to exceed $719,183 as specified within the adopted Enhanced 911 Funds operating budget. Item number 13 is a recommendation to accept a sub-grant awards from the Nevada Aging and Disability Services Division for the following Older Americans Act Title III programs. Representative payee in the amount of $31,218 with a county match of $5,510 from ad valorem tax. Case management in the amount of $156,249 with a county match of $27,577 from ad valorem tax, and homemaker services in the amount of $72,200 with a county match of $12,743 from ad valorem tax, and the following State of Nevada independent living programs. Homemaker services in the amount of $57,400, county match of $8,610 from ad valorem tax, and adult daycare in the amount of $66,070 with a county match of $9,911 from ad valorem tax, retroactive from July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, and ratify the authority of the Director of Human Services Agency to execute the sub-grant awards and related documents, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 14 is a recommendation to accept a sub-award from the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, Child Care Licensing in the amount of $415,470 with no county match, retroactive to July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, to provide child care licensing and monitoring within Washoe County, ratify the authority of the division or the Director of Human Services Agency to execute the subaward and related documents, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make necessary budget amendments. Item number 15 is a recommendation to accept a partial fiscal year 20 Victim of Crime Act, VOCA, sub-grant award from the State of Nevada Division of Child and Family Services in the amount of $557,904 with $139,476 county match, retroactive for the period of July 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019, ratify the authority of the Director of Human Services to execute the sub-grant award and related documents, and approve the final year of the VOCA Victims Service Coordinator Professional Services Agreement with Megan Lucy, retroactive for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020 in the amount of $95,000. Item number 16 is a recommendation to approve change order number 2 to the agreement for construction services with Southern Folger Detention Equipment Company, LLC, increasing the contract amount by $41,269.50 for a total contract amount of $334,607.50 for the Washoe County Jail Slider Door Actuator Replacement Project. Item number 17 is a recommendation to approve a change order to the agreement for construction services with Rapid Construction, Inc., increasing the contract amount by $136,147.20 for a total contract amount of $426,129.20 for the Lemon Valley Estates Drainage Channel Improvements Project. Item number 18 is a recommendation to award Washoe County bid number 3099-19 and approve the agreement for janitorial services for Washoe County libraries to the lowest responsible and responsible bidder. Staff recommends Qual Econ USA in the amount of $18,004.20 per month, and authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute a 3-year agreement effective December 1st, 2019 with 2 additional 1-year renewal options at the discretion of Washoe County, an annual amount not to exceed $216,050.40 plus callback services. Item number 19 is a recommendation to approve the owner CMAR construction agreement between Washoe County and Q&D Construction LLC for guaranteed maximum price number 3 for buildings 600, 601, 602, and 605 of the Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health System Homeless Housing Project in the amount of $3,397,658. Item number 20 is a recommendation to award bid number 3109-20 for the purchase of 3 replacement 66,000 GVWR truck cab chassis with dump bodies, sander spreader, and snowplow to the lowest responsible bidder per NRS 332.065. Staff recommends Velocity Truck Centers located in Sparks, Nevada, in the amount of $776,553 for the Community Services Department Operations Division. Item number 21 is the recommendation to award bid number 3110-20 for the purchase of one replacement 33,000 GVWR truck cab chassis with fuel and body lube body to the lowest responsible bidder. Staff recommends Velocity Truck Centers, Sparks, Nevada, in the amount of $218,368 for the Community Services Department Operations Division. Item number 22 is a recommendation to approve an agreement regarding November 2002 State Question 1 Parks and Open Space Bond Issue, Truckee River, One Truckee River Restroom Project Implementation Funding in the amount of $286,937 of State Question 1 Truckee River Bond Funds between Washoe County and the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, and to authorize Interim County Manager Dave Solero to execute the agreement and related documents. Item number 23 is a recommendation to approve a right of entry retroactive to November 4th, 2019 between Washoe County and the Washoe County School District for the relocation and reconstruction of the existing ore ditch located on a portion of the Wild Creek Golf Course. Washoe County School District is to pay Washoe County $240,000 for the restoration of the property, and if approved, authorize the Community Services Operations Division Director to sign the right of entry agreement. Item number 24 is a recommendation to accept the receipt of a direct grant award, $204,799 with no county match from the Bureau of Justice Assistance, State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, fiscal year 2018, project number 2019-AP-BX-0804 to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Detention Bureau. Beginning date of the grant is retroactive to October 1st, 2019 with no end date. And if approved, authorize or direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 25 is a recommendation to accept a Nevada Division of Emergency Management grant award, amount not to exceed $190,160 with no county match, as administered through the State of Nevada Department of Public Safety, Division of Emergency Management, federal fiscal year 2019, project number 19-3000, to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Bomb Unit for the purchase of equipment for the Consolidated Bomb Team for the retroactive grant term of September 1st, 2019 through August 31st, 2021, and if approved, authorize Sheriff Balaam to execute grant award documents and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 26 is a recommendation to award request for proposals number 3108-20 for forensic DNA casework analysis on behalf of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, Forensic Sciences Division, to the lowest responsible bidder. Staff recommends Bode Cellmark Forensics, Inc., in Lorton, Virginia, for a cost of $895 per kit for approximately 50 to 1,000 kits. Estimated total amount between $447,500 up to $1 million, funding permitting. And authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute a 2-year agreement for the period of November 13th, 2019 through November 12th, 2021, with the option of the option of 2 1-year extension options at the discretion of the county. And finally, item number 27 is a recommendation to accept grant award for the National Institute of Justice fiscal year 19 DNA Capacity Enhancement and Backlog Reduction Program, project number 2019-DN-BX-0100, the amount not to exceed $378,706 with no county match, to cover costs related to the DNA backlog reduction for the grant term of January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021, and if approved, direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments.
Mr. Manager, well done, and you accomplished it. I think it was just one breath, and you didn't even stop for a coffee break or a water break. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on any of these items?
We had no one signed in for anything.
Okay. I would only like to bring attention to item number 22, which is something that TUMWA has been working on, the Portland Loo for water quality. This is a great relationship between TUMWA and Washoe County and the city of Reno, and I'm just thrilled, and of course it'll affect the city of Sparks. And then item number 26, the forensic DNA casework analysis, that's just huge for us. It's just absolutely huge for us. So I'm very excited about that. Commissioners, any other discussion? We have a motion by Commissioner Burkbiggler, second by Commissioner Jung. No discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Lucy abstaining from item 15.
But you did vote affirmatively on all the other items, correct,
That is
Mr. Lucy?
correct.
Thank you.
His vote is affirmed on the screen. Okay? Okay?
We can't change it once it's up
I
there.
don't see you up there, Commissioner Jung. That's my fault. That's not that fault. Okay. Commissioner Jung, was your vote yes, okay. On all items. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Manager, I believe that takes us to a recess whereby we will come back at 1:30 time certain and hear item number 28 and 29. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that there's a need for a closed labor session. So under
Okay.
item 30, you need to take action to recess into a closed session for the purpose of discussing labor negotiations with Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District pursuant to NRS 288.220.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. We will go into recess. We will return at 1:30. Okay, I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats. It is 1:30 by our clock. And I'm going to call our meeting back to order. Before we get started on item, wow. Thank you, staff. Before we get started, I'm going to ask that you silence your cell phones. And as we move through this process, I'm also going to ask that regardless of what your opinions are, not to clap, not to jeer, no outbursts, just be respectful to everyone. So with that, Mr. Manager, item number 28.
Mr. Chair, item number 28 for the commissioners is a discussion and possible direction to staff for the regulation of short-term rentals within unincorporated Washoe County. If I may, as Kelly Mullen comes to the podium, we have many of our partnering agencies here as well. We have spent the past few months working with the community on this topic. Many of the community are here as well. And so if I may suggest the following format for this item, I'd like to start with a presentation by staff. During the presentation, you'll see a series of 9 slides where we ask for recommendations and directions from the board. However, I'd like to hold off on actually getting any of that from you all at the first run through of this. We'd like you to take notes for each of those slides. And if you've got any specific questions associated with the concept, we'd go ahead and hear those. But if you could hold it back on your direction until then we've had a chance to hear public comment. I think it's important that we hear the staff presentation. We have questions, clarifying questions by the board, then we hear public comment, and then staff will come back up with those 9 slides and run through those individually so that we can get the right direction from the board after you've had a chance to hear all of the comment, as well as staff's input on that. So with that, Kelly Mullen is here to discuss short-term rentals.
Hold on just a second, Ms. Mullen. So, Commissioners, if we need to stop Ms. Mullen and have some clarification, that's okay. I have no issue with that. But we won't, we'll just take notes, take copious notes, and then give direction afterwards. So, Ms. Mullen.
And before Ms. Mullen gets started, if I could, please, I put on your desk copies of some slides for your information that I got this afternoon from Community Services. And also, I received a packet of correspondence from members of the public from Community Services that was accumulated after submission of the staff report. I've just got one copy, but if you'd like, I can pass it around to the board or just put it in the record.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Ms. Mullen, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Kelly Mullen, Senior Planner with Washoe County. We are now midway through the process to establish standards and a permitting process for short-term rentals, and I'm here today to provide you with an update on what we've done so far and the direction that we're headed. And although we're going to be talking about some concepts and ideas for code standards, we're not actually going to be asking you to adopt anything today, just to hear what we're proposing and make sure that we're not way off base. So I'm going to start with some background before providing an overview of the public outreach part of the process, followed by staff recommendations and a summary of what comes next. So starting off, how do we define short-term rentals? Short-term rentals are generally considered to be a type of temporary lodging that is operated out of a private home. They're generally booked for fewer than 28 days, also commonly referred to as vacation rentals, and made available through property management companies or online booking services like VRBO or Airbnb. As you know, short-term rentals have existed for decades in unincorporated Washoe County, and room tax has been collected for them for the past few years. However, there are no county standards currently regulating short-term rentals, and we're starting to hear more from the community about their impacts. So in February, you directed staff to establish county-wide standards for short-term rentals along with a permitting process, and made it very clear that you did not wish to see those banned. So just to provide you with some baseline information here, through a contract with a service provider called Host Compliance, we do know that there are hundreds of short-term rentals that are in unincorporated Washoe County, and that those numbers can vary pretty dramatically by season, We do anticipate that there are anywhere from 500 to 1,000 short-term rentals in unincorporated Washoe County. You can see the map on the right. That black line shows the jurisdictional boundary for the county, and each of the dots represents a single short-term rental. And if you look close to the lake in the bottom left, you'll see that that is almost entirely one red dot. So we do have a detail inset map shown off to the left, and that shows a better distribution of the short-term rentals in Incline Village. Over 90% of the short-term rentals in unincorporated Washoe County are anticipated to be up at the lake. Again, that's over 90%. As you know, short-term rentals, very controversial topic, and it's something that managing them appropriately can be very complex as well. So we have a diverse set of stakeholders that have been participating in this process, and those stakeholders will vary anywhere from short-term rental hosts, the people who live next to short-term rentals, the lodging industry, tourists, regulatory agencies, realtors, property managers, etc. So with that diverse set of stakeholders, we also have a very diverse set of perspectives related to short-term rentals. And those vary anywhere on the spectrum from not wishing to have them in your community at all, having them banned, to on the other end of the spectrum, not wishing government to have any regulation whatsoever on short-term rentals. So we started this project understanding that a consensus was unlikely to be reached because of those very diverse set of perspectives, but that we needed to balance those perspectives to the extent possible. We also knew that we needed to learn from what other jurisdictions have done and to get a good handle on those potential short-term rental impacts, and I think most importantly, to identify the best way to address them in our community. So based on much of the research that we've done, we have realized that any standards that we put into place are likely to evolve over time. That's something that as we move to implementation, we expect that we'll find out what's successful and what might need some tweaking. So with that said, it was important to us early on to develop some clear goals and a mission statement in the project, for the project. And that was something that we went back to throughout the process to ensure that we were on track. And that guiding principle was, our goal was to adopt simple, fair, and enforceable regulations for short-term rentals that balance competing interests and maximize voluntary compliance. Now, to ensure that we better understood those various perspectives and the different types of stakeholders, what their concerns were, we knew that an extensive public outreach process was going to be necessary. So we worked with consultant on strategy to design and implement 3 major components of the initial public outreach. Back in July of this year, we conducted a series of small group stakeholder input sessions and started reaching out to impacted agencies as well to get a better idea of what some of their top areas of concern were, as well as areas of opportunity when it comes to establishing standards in a permitting process for short-term rentals. We took some of that information and used it to help form up 3 public workshops that we then held in August, 1 down in Reno, 2 up at the lake. Across those 3 workshops, we had between 250 and 300 attendees. And then we supplemented that with an online survey that asked some pretty similar questions to what we were asking at the workshop itself. And that had a lot of response. We had over 570 respondents that generated over 200 pages of additional public comment for us to consider. And of course, since then, we've also had a number of other individual meetings with members of the public, as well as some of those stakeholder agencies. So we received a huge amount of feedback through those 3 channels. Generally speaking, the top areas of concern that we heard about were related to occupancy limits, what the permitting process would look like, some of those quality of life issues such as noise and parking. Across the board, we heard some pretty general support for establishing standards for short-term rentals, but there was also drastic variation in how much folks wanted us to regulate. From some of those residents up at the lake, we did hear a desire to establish separate standards for the Incline and Crystal Bay area. And of course, a request that any standards that we do adopt be enforced. One of the other things that we heard from, especially from those who represent that perspective of folks living next to a short-term rental, was their belief that short-term rentals are a commercial use, and that's something that we'll talk a little bit about in a moment as well. And then finally, from those who are representing that short-term rental host perspective, we heard a lot about the perception that the existing rules in place are sufficient, and that in order to reduce some of that conflict between neighbors and short-term renters, that better education for the renters may be needed. So through the research and the public process, we heard a lot about the pros and the cons of short-term rentals. And some of the benefits that we heard about were that they allow for an alternative housing option to be available for those employees who are seasonal, that they can supplement the already limited lodging options that are available in areas such as Incline and Crystal Bay. Of course, they provide additional economic benefits to local businesses from the tourists who stay at them, as well as generating room tax, additional room tax monies for local and regional entities. And then for those homeowners who are offering a short-term rental, of course, that is additional income for them as well. Some of the concerns that we heard were related to those quality of life impacts, the big three: noise, parking, and trash. Safety concerns definitely come up as well, especially in terms of fire safety and structure safety. We also heard concerns about having short-term rentals in a community, reducing the availability of long-term housing options for local residents, as well as conflict with existing subdivision CCNRs. So after several months of research, public engagement, and analysis, staff has put together a list of recommendations for short-term rentals in unincorporated Washoe County, and a significant amount of thought and discussion has gone into each of these recommendations as we considered the needs that each of the recommendations would address, as well as our ability to implement and enforce them. And again, these reflect just the direction that we're headed. We're not bringing you specific code language today. We're just looking to find out if, generally speaking, again, we're headed in the right direction. So there are a few key pieces where we are going to be seeking some specific direction, and I'll call those out. On each slide, just look for the blue box, and that's going to be a prompt asking whether you're just okay with the general direction we're headed, or if we're looking for something a little more specific. And now to address what's actually on this slide. One of the fundamental issues related to short-term rentals is the characterization of them as either a residential use or a commercial use. And there are differences of opinion in other jurisdictions on that. However, it is county staff's opinion and the district attorney's opinion that short-term rentals are a residential use, and that whether it's a short-term or a long-term rental, that it involves the use of a residential home for a residential type purpose, and that it's used to sleep, eat, relax, recreate, etc. However, it is also staff's opinion that although it falls into that residential use category umbrella, it is a specific use type with potential impacts that must be considered and addressed. And that often goes back to the number of occupants within that short-term rental. And that with a lower number of occupants, those impacts may be like any other long-term residential use, as long as certain standards are followed. But as the number of occupants increases, the number of impacts may also increase and require additional restrictions or conditions of approval. So with that in mind, staff is proposing a tiered permitting system, and that would be based on the number of occupants within the short-term rental. At the lowest level, which is 10 occupants or fewer, that would require a standard short-term rental permit, along with standards that would need to be followed. The second tier, for 11 to 20 occupants, would require a discretionary permit with additional conditions of approval or standards, safety standards. And then the third tier, for over 20 occupants, would only be considered appropriate in the areas where hotels and motels are allowed. And here on this particular topic, we are going to be seeking direction if you are okay with that tiered approach. So when it comes to a short-term rental permit itself, Staff is also recommending that they be considered similar to a privileged license in that they could be revoked without board approval, that they would need to be renewed annually, and that due to the likelihood of standards changing over time, that there would be no guarantee that a short-term rental permit would be renewed. And for this last bullet on the slide, I'd like to spend just a moment here. I do believe it's something that you're going to hear a little bit more about in public comment. In the initial staff report, one of the recommendations that we had was that as part of the application process, the applicant attest to the short-term rental use not violating CCNRs. However, the DA's office, District Attorney's Office, has weighed in further, and they voiced some pretty strong concerns about potential liability for the county if we were to base the issuance of a short-term rental permit on what is essentially a civil agreement between neighbors. Instead, the DA's office is recommending that we make it clear that the issuance of a short-term rental permit does not supersede any applicable laws, regulations, CCNRs, et cetera. So staff is in agreement with the district attorney's recommendation. However, we are seeking direction from the board for your policy preference on this as well. So our next category is for safety and inspections. We are proposing that some safety minimums would need to be met for every short-term rental being operated. That's going to include things like ensuring that there's adequate defensible space on the property, adequate number of and placement of smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers, adequate egress, that things like fireplaces, hot tubs, deck railings, et cetera, are all well maintained, and that those inspections would be conducted by our building inspectors and/or fire staff, and those inspections would need to be passed prior to issuance of the short-term rental permit. There's also some general standards that would be applicable across the board that don't fit into a particular category. I think the first bullet on there is a pretty important one in terms of it should help with some of those neighborhood impacts that we've talked about, and that would be the requirement for there to be a designated local responsible party assigned to that short-term rental who is able to respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, within 30 minutes of a complaint. Also, some proposed requirements related to limiting short-term rentals to one per parcel, only allowing for the short-term rental to be rented to one group at a time. And then some information related to those advertisements, so whether they're on VRBO or Airbnb, where you would not be able to advertise for a short-term rental unless you had an issued permit, and that those advertisements would need to include some specific information from the permit itself, things like what the maximum occupancy is, the number of parking spaces, things like that. Of course, not allowing for parties or events at short-term rentals, as well as having some information displayed on the outside of the unit itself for in the case that there are first responders or a neighbor does need to file a complaint related to the short-term rental, and that would include the short-term rental permit, occupancy limit, and some complaint phone numbers. Also, recommendations for each short-term rental holding a minimum amount of liability insurance, as well as, of course, of having some educational material inside the unit itself related to some of these standards. Now, occupancy limits is an important factor that contributes to the safety of a short-term rental. We are recommending that occupancy limits be established and that they be based on square footage of sleeping areas, and those numbers would come directly from the International Property Maintenance Code and International Building Code. And occupancy limits to be further limited by parking availability on site or potentially septic capacity if that was applicable. And that leads us to the next bullet. One of the most frequently cited complaints associated with short-term rentals, both here in Washoe County and across the nation, is inadequate parking. And certainly, as I'm sure you're aware, that this is definitely a problem up at the lake, in Incline Village, and Crystal Bay, where on-street parking can be severely limited or non-existent. And in order to reduce some of those impacts to neighboring properties, Staff is proposing that no short-term rental parking be allowed on the street itself. And to support that standard, a couple of additional standards. First one being that adequate parking spaces would need to actually be developed or available already on the site itself within the parcel boundaries. So for some existing homes that may already include things like within the garage or the driveway itself, for some other properties, additional parking spaces would need to be developed. And we are proposing a parking ratio of requiring 1 parking space for every 3 proposed occupants up to that occupancy limit. Noise is one of the other top complaints associated with short-term rentals. And that's especially prevalent when we hear about issues with parties or music or other late-night disturbances. Noise certainly is one of the more difficult types of issues to actually be able to enforce and address. And it is certainly recognized that the Sheriff's Office has limited resources to enforce calls like that, especially with their competing priorities. And they have voiced that concern as well. However, I'd also like to mention here that Host Compliance, that service provider I mentioned briefly before, they have also been contracted to provide a 24/7 short-term rental complaint hotline. And that hotline, if there was a complaint, would immediately contact the local short-term rental responsible party so that they could immediately address the complaint. Staff is recommending that quiet hours be established from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., but we are asking the board today if that is preferred, if that is a policy that you would like to see. And due to those difficulties associated with enforcing noise, there is another option that we are putting out there for the board to consider, and we'd like to hear your thoughts on. There is a technology that allows for decibel monitoring on properties, both inside units and outside units. It is a technology that many other property managers are actually using as part of an overall noise management plan. It's something that manages, or I should say, records the decibel level, not conversations, anything like that, but just another tool in the toolbox, so to speak, for them to help address noise issues. That's something that we're thinking that may be something that could be useful, a technology that could be useful to require for problem short-term rentals or perhaps some of those higher occupancy short-term rentals. So that's something that we'll be asking you to consider as well, and let us know your thoughts. When it comes to trash, most of the trash standards are already in place. Certainly that's something we would expect short-term rentals to continue to abide by. With the added enhancement that in bear-prone areas, we would require the use of either wildlife-resistant carts or bear boxes. So when it comes to permit fees, staff is recommending a cost-neutral approach, meaning that when we get to that point where we are identifying what the fees should be, that we would be setting those with the anticipation that they would cover the costs of implementing and enforcing the program. And certainly there's some guesswork that will have to go into that before the program is actually up and running in terms of what it would generate. So we would fully expect to need to reassess that, revisit it a year to year and a half later. Now the last slide on recommendations is related to enforcement and penalties. Staff is proposing a 3-pronged approach to enforcement. The first piece is to proactively pursue licensing compliance. And I want to point this out because this is a departure from our current enforcement model. And the reason that we're suggesting proactive enforcement on this is that certainly with the technology that Host Compliance provides, it allows us to actually tie online advertisements to specific addresses. That if we saw that someone is operating a short-term rental, doesn't have a short-term rental permit, with that host compliance technology, we would be able to identify them and contact them to make sure that they are getting the appropriate permits to operate that short-term rental. Second part of that enforcement approach is the inspections that we already talked about, and then the final piece is that 24/7 complaint hotline through Host Compliance. We are also proposing that fines have a little bit more teeth than our current fining system for enforcement, and that those be based on a scaled system. The last part is something that we have incorporated based on feedback that we received from the board last time we were here in February. It's that 3 strikes you're out approach, where if there are 3 confirmed violations that occur within a set period of time, say 6 months or 12 months, that would lead to revocation of the permit and a 1-year cooling off period. So next steps from here. We will be planning on incorporating policy direction we received today, incorporating that into some draft code language, which would then be released for a 21-day public comment period before it goes to Planning Commission for hearing, comes back to you twice for hearing before adoption, and then we would expect some sort of a grace period before the program actually launches. So we have 2 main requests for you today. What we're seeking is to confirm that overall direction in addition to the specific direction pieces that we'll be talking about later, and also to officially initiate the code amendments. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions, and what you see on the slide right now are a list of several of the agencies and individuals who have been involved in this process that we do have available today. In case you have any questions, there are representatives from planning, building, code enforcement, both of the fire protection districts, the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, health district, and I believe we also have folks from the RSCVA here as well. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, I know I've got quite a number of questions, and I know I'd like to pose mine before we allow public comment, but I'll entertain questions from you first. So I have no one else signed in. She's getting there? Okay. Still don't, there you are. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the bottom. Vice Chair Lucy, you're in first, and then Commissioner Jung, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back really quick, Ms. Mullen, if you will, to staff, your slide 15 or staff recommendation number 4, right there. You talked about potentially implementing ads, prohibiting property owners from advertising their property until they had noticed that they have a permit and whatnot. Have we discussed that? How do you implement that? Have you discussed that with Airbnb and some of those providers? What's that implementation look like?
So we imagine that after adoption of the code, hopefully early next year, that we would incorporate in some sort of a grace period where we start doing some pretty significant outreach to make sure that those operators within Washoe County, operators of short-term rentals, that they're aware of the new standards. And part of that, in terms of reaching out to them, I think we will be relying on host compliance to help us identify some of those short-term rental hosts and to make sure that they're aware of those standards. And again, we'll have that grace period where we're advertising it before we actually expect the program to launch itself. And after that point, that's where, we would, if we've contacted folks and let them know that they need to come in for a permit and they're still advertising for a permit, advertising for a short-term rental and they have not obtained a permit, we would expect that at that point we would contact them potentially through the code enforcement process.
Okay. And now on to slide 17, staff recommendations number 6, which we talk about noise. You have options to consider decibel monitoring device. Do you have costs in regards to what those decibel monitoring systems are?
So one of the other jurisdictions that currently has that as part of their plan is Henderson, and one of the companies that they have recommended, it's called Noise Aware. So we've looked at some of those costs, and it varies. I want to say, it partially will depend on how many devices that someone actually employs on their property. But I want to say that altogether the cost was something like less than $500 to get that up and running. And I believe that there was also an annual subscription fee to collect that data.
And so any short-term rental based upon the code would be subject to this noise recommendation, correct?
So if we
under
were
the permit process?
If we were to adopt the quiet hours, that part, yes. What we were recommending for the decibel monitoring devices was specifically, we thought that they might be most useful to begin with if we applied those to problem short-term rentals. So short-term rentals say that, let's say they have two confirmed noise complaints, something like that, where potentially we would require them to have some sort of a technology like that. Alternatively, one of the other things that we were suggesting to the board was that perhaps with those tier 2 and tier 3 short-term rentals where they have higher occupancy, that may be appropriate there as well, since it would be expected to have a higher level of noise impact just from the higher occupancy on site.
Okay. And then one final question in regards to occupancy on slide 16, recommendation 5. How are we defining occupancy? And let me preface the question a little bit. Where occupants in a residence obviously are usually, if they're a long-term tenant or an owner, are someone who would reside overnight and stay there consistently. However, for some of these properties, if they were to have, say, an anniversary or a wedding or something of that stature, and you had individuals come in for a short period of time, would those considered occupants? How are we defining occupants within or your current understanding?
So what we have discussed, and again, this is something that's, being proposed, but we welcome that additional discussion about it, was that there would be no distinction between daytime occupancy and nighttime occupancy, that the expectation is that the impacts would be the same to those neighboring property owners, right? If you exceed a certain number of folks there, whether it's during the day or at night. So simply that's number of folks that are on the property, whether inside the short-term rental or outside the short-term rental, with that limitation in mind.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jung, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. The first is that when you, in your title or your slide number 9 with your results from public engagement, this desire for separate incline village and Crystal Bay standards, isn't that illegal vis-a-vis spot zoning requirements? And I only go back to that because we looked years ago, probably 12 years ago, at nuisance properties, and we started going down a avenue identifying certain areas that have trouble with keeping their properties uncluttered and were pulled back by the DA because of spot zoning. What is your DA told you about that?
So we do have a section in our development code that is actually applicable to each distinct area within Washoe County. It goes along with each of our area plans, and that allows for some deviation from some of the standards within the code. So it allows for a little bit more flexibility, whether it's more restrictive or less restrictive in areas, but it would be applicable across the board within that area most of the time.
So we can spot zone there?
So we wouldn't necessarily call it spot
Well,
zoning, but
whatever
it's
you call
certainly
it.
something where we would allow for that additional flexibility. And that's absolutely a topic of conversation that we had during this process. And we heard that a lot from residents up at the lake, of that desire for separate standards. But I'll be frank, in terms of, with those numbers of over 90% of the short-term rentals being at the lake, and all of the folks who were showing up and participating in the process, most of them were from that area, that most of the standards that we have in place here, we expect to be applicable and make sense for that area as well as for the rest of Washoe County.
Okay, and it might be a moot point, as you said, if you look at the numbers. And I would imagine most people down on the valley floor, probably more than you've ever even captured here, are doing short-term rentals but not having any trouble with neighbors. So you're not hearing about those as well. But I just wanted to get that on the record and make that clear. One of the areas that I wanted to bring to mind was on slide number 10, and you say this is additional income for homeowners, and that might just be the new normal across all of our homeowners in our county and across the nation, with the wage not keeping up with the cost of living. So I would be careful as a board about that when we're already dealing with complete housing crisis in terms of the shortages that we have today when we're looking at additional requirements. And you kind of asked it later, but the question that popped up, and probably something we should discuss more, is why did I know that why the government took this on because of complaints and agitation by citizens, but isn't this a property manager issue and really not a Washoe County? We've talked about this philosophically when you're briefing me, so I'm just getting that on the record. You don't need to spar with me about this because it's just something I'm thinking of. Isn't this what property management companies do? And shouldn't that be the place that we push people when they do get sideways or they do want to advertise who's your property manager? And you did get there by saying somebody has to respond in 30 minutes. And as a frequent Airbnb user, I expect a response less than 30 minutes if I have an issue when I get there, no matter where they are in the world, right? So I think you went around that, but I just wondered why not property management company being involved. And then there used to be, I used to live in South Shore, and that's many, many decades ago. But there used to be a big push up at the lake, and I'm not that familiar with the civics up there, but isn't there a big push to get cars off the lake? And what I'm meaning is, shouldn't we be rewarding people who come without cars to visit these short-term rentals? And I see you kind of did that too. For every 3 people, there needs to be 1 parking space, but I don't know where that would go in the future. And I'm happy to see after 1 season, essentially 12 months to 18 months, we'll come back and look at what worked, what didn't work, and what needs to be changed. Because this is, while it is county-wide, I get what you're saying. The 90% of all of our issues are up at the lake, which also doesn't have great lodging as well. So those are not really questions, just where my brain is going with this. And I wish that when you come back next time, can you talk to that nonprofit group? I have no idea what they're called now. As I said, I was there in the early 90s. But there is a big coordinated effort all across the lake to get cars off the lake. I mean, I remember that, as I said so many years ago, that we were even looking at it being, Lake Tahoe being like a Mackinac Island in Michigan, no vehicles because of the fragility of that very lake. And I might remind all of you that live out there, no curbs and gutters make our lake so, such a deficit with clarity. And you guys love no curbs and gutters. Don't ask me why, but I hate them. I think they're an environmental disaster. So when you come back next time, can you talk to the outreach people and what they're trying to create there? And maybe even as a government, we can get proactive and incentivize the type of behavior that we'd like to see at an area that we are all responsible with preserving the clarity, the gem, the special gem that is Lake Tahoe, one of the wonders of the world that is Lake Tahoe. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. And then again, property management. Where the heck have the property managers been? I feel like they could have gotten in the middle of all this and said, staff, you have other things to work on. We got this. But it seems like that's not what the residents are experiencing. And I know, people go up there to party, usually young people, and they don't have a good sense of what the rules are, and that certainly wouldn't be where I'd want to live either. So I can hear both sides, but I also feel like we should be doing a lot more social manufacturing of these laws to get people to do the behavior that we all know needs to be done, probably not this generation, but the next generation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Jung. Commissioner Birkbiggler, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually going to hold most of my comments and questions until after I hear public testimony, because I really want to get some feedback from the constituents and see what they have to say. But I can address the issue of where we are with parking. Obviously, cars on the road is, no question, a pollutant for the lake. It's an air pollutant, it's a lake pollutant. Parking is a real serious issue because when people park on impervious surfaces, or in other words, a non-cement or, some kind of fixed driveway, that disturbs the soils, that disturbs the particulates, and when it rains or snows, it runs off and gets into the lake. So as we look at parking, that's a serious issue that we need to look at. This issue is still ongoing, Commissioner Jung, as you might expect. It's an issue that's been an issue in Tahoe, many decades and will continue to be an issue, probably will not ever be resolved, even as we move forward with getting some parking issues resolved. Right now, our assistant county manager, our interim county manager, is working with Tahoe Transportation District, working with IVGID, working with state parks, the state of Nevada Transportation, NDOT, and RTC, as well as some of the other entities of interest up there, at whether or not we can find can get the school or get another location if the school doesn't work for a bus station, basically a bus turnaround station, a place for the buses to come, and then cars could park there also. And then that would allow us to have perhaps trolley service throughout Incline Village and Crystal Bay, perhaps small bus service throughout Crystal Bay and Incline Village as we move further into this whole process of what are we going to do about the traffic on the roads. And putting up no overnight parking signs in a number of areas. Those are going to be very key for us as we move forward into this process, hopefully before the season starts next year and next summer. And so I think you can probably, Kelly, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, Ms. Mullins, if you haven't already had the chance to talk to Mr. Solero, I'm sure that he can provide you with some of the information that's going on in that. And I know you probably have been involved in it in a lot of ways also. So yes, Commissioner Jung, that issue is a top issue, one we continue to work on. We continue to look at ways, the sheriff and his group are looking at ways to lowering the speed limit on some of the main thoroughfares and getting those posted. We're working on getting them posted now. I think the sheriff's team has already really basically said, yeah, at least in 2 of the areas we need to lower the speed limit. And so we're working now at getting those posted, and hopefully by the time the season starts next year, we will be there. So there's a lot of factors at play here, and this is a very key part of that factor, that we get these regulations in place, because it gives us the opportunity to start moving forward and resolving some of the problems for residents in Incline Village. So in answer to your question, Commissioner Jung, yes, parking is still an issue, and yes, we are still working on it. I would like to say before I leave that something gets done on it, so I'm hoping that this is the year. This is the year we get it done. So at any rate, with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, and with that, I will leave it till after anything else, till after the constituents have an opportunity to speak on public comment.
Okay, I'll jump in, commissioners. If you don't mind, I'll start with this, and this may seem like an obtuse question, but the definition of short-term rental, because on your slide number 10, offering alternative housing opportunities for seasonal employees, well, that's not short-term the way that I see this. That's not an Airbnb function. That's not a VRBO function. That's a function that has existed since housing became available, and you know, people had boarders in their homes. You know, I mean, that was a common kind of a thing. I traveled Europe when I was a kid in the 70s and stayed in B&Bs, and you know, they were not these you know, sort of kitschy things. They were somebody's house, and you ate with their family. I mean, it was a true bed and breakfast. So how are we defining that? That's my first question. And again, I'm not trying to be pedantic here, but I'm just trying to understand.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question and opportunity to clarify on that. So the reason that was mentioned under benefits is because it, you know, if a home is offered as a short-term rental, say, versus as a long-term rental, it means that that particular home is going to be available on the market more likely for if someone was a seasonal employee and wanted to be able to find housing. It's more likely that there may be some availability versus if it had been rented long-term or was lived in long-term. So it went back to that in terms of benefits of just having an additional home available on the market for that purpose. So agreeing that, you know, seasonal employees, let's say if they're there for 90 days, of course, no, that would not fall under the short-term rental use.
And does it, so that said, if, let's assume that, you know, I decide that I'm gonna, rent out a portion of my house because I've got a bungalow out back of my house or out front of my house, whatever the case may be, and I reside there, and I rent that out, periodically to people who are coming into town for, Thanksgiving, for Christmas, for, ski vacations, for, summertime vacations. Does that fit into short-term rentals also? Because those people have been doing that, I can guarantee you. I know people who do that at the lake right now as we speak.
Sure, absolutely. Based on the definition, yes. So whether or not you are residing in the home and renting out a portion of it or an accessory dwelling unit, still if it's being offered for that use, for short-term rental use, then it would fall under that category as we are currently envisioning it.
Okay. So Commissioner Jung, you mentioned something that I actually made a note on. Perhaps what we want to do, commissioners, is create, once we give staff direction, we get direction from the community, we create a, I'm going to call it, for lack of a better term, and Mr. Liparelli is probably going to pull me over, but that's okay, a temporary code that we have in place for a year. And then we revisit that so that it's not this permanent codified thing that, that it gives us an opportunity to revisit and absolutely, the introduction of this thing, this code. So it's just a thought. That's all I'm suggesting. With respect to parking, have we thought about, and we've had this conversation, but I want to bring this onto the record. Have we thought about, you can't just go park willy-nilly around UNR. You've got to have a specific parking permit to park in those neighborhoods. And if you don't have a specific parking permit in that neighborhood, they'll tow your car. I guarantee you, they'll tow your car. So have we thought about those kinds of things, those specific things, although which is going to lead to my next question in terms of enforcement, but have we thought about that, Ms. Mullins?
Certainly that's been part of the conversations that we've had, when it comes to parking, and this is something that we looked at other jurisdictions, we looked at what the issues were up in Incline with parking. We knew that something was needed, and certainly had concerns about the best way to establish standards, what would be appropriate, how can we enforce it, how can we implement it, and talking about just to start with that first standard of no short-term rental parking on the street. We knew that there would have to be something else that backed that up to actually make it enforceable, some sort of structural pieces within the code itself that allowed us to get at enforcing it without necessarily having to have, someone out there staking out the cars at every short-term rental and seeing where those people went to. So that kind of led to those two additional pieces that are suggestions, recommendations from us related to parking. That first one being that we're recommending that those parking spaces have to be developed within the property boundaries itself, because having that in place and tying to a ratio for the maximum number of occupants, that allows for, like we talked about, another structural way of getting at that problem, where if we establish a maximum occupancy for the unit, and that is advertised, that's included in the advertisement, if we make it clear that those parking spaces have to be on site, and the number of parking spaces is made clear within the advertisement itself, that those things will help us to at least hopefully reduce some of the impacts that folks are seeing from short-term rentals now, especially when it comes to parking in Incline Village. We certainly talked about, as another option, if we didn't have something like that, would it require parking permits across the board in Incline Village, which is, a whole other program to stand up and administer, and costs and issues to deal with. So certainly those are conversations that we have had, and we're hoping that, what we're putting forward at this point, that those will be standards that will work at, that will reduce some of those impacts that neighbors are seeing right now. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, that's good. So, and I'm kind of jumping around here, but it's based on our conversation. So, in terms of enforcement, who enforces it? Who goes out and enforces right now, if it's a noise complaint, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office would do it, or if it's in the City of Reno, RPD, or at City of Sparks, SPD would do that. Are we suggesting that with this new ordinance that we would have, Airbnb cops? I mean, I don't know, I'm not trying to be facetious, but I'm trying to understand who would get the brunt of those complaints, and how would that be dealt with?
Sure. And so I brought up that slide about enforcement again, and that three-pronged approach, the way that we kind of structure that, hopefully we'll get at answering your question as well. I mean, certainly we expect that through the introduction of this new 24/7 complaint hotline that is operated through host compliance, paired with the fact that we would be requiring there to be a local responsible person who can respond to complaints quickly, that is, assigned for every short-term rental, that the applicant has assigned that person, that those two things themselves should hopefully reduce impacts on the sheriff's office and the non-emergency line, so that perhaps they're not getting as many of those calls in terms of, parties at a short-term rental or parking, things like that. So certainly those are two pieces, those are two pieces that go into the enforcement. But of course, our code enforcement staff is going to be a big part of this as well. We do expect that at least one other body is going to need to be hired to help with implementation and enforcement of this program. And that's something that, of course, we'd be looking at in terms of setting up those fees. But our code enforcement team would certainly be involved. And then, for the folks who simply choose not to use the 24/7 complaint hotline, we do expect that some folks may still call the non-emergency dispatch line for the sheriff's office, especially, let's say, if there is a party that's occurring in a short-term rental, something like that, and they're in violation of those standards. But just like any other call for disturbing the peace, that the sheriff's office would get that, and if they're available, go out to respond to calls like that as well. So, and with those two other pieces on there, having the inspectors actually take a look at the safety items, that's another important part of the enforcement piece as well.
Okay, well, that sort of segues into, one of my other questions was does this pertain to short-term rentals only or permanent residents? Because, what if I live up there and I, like to play my Hendrix loud? Because after all, you can't listen to it soft.
Certainly, those are conversations that we've had as well. Also with members of the public, one of the first small group stakeholder input sessions that we held was with a group of property managers and realtors and folks who actually operated short-term rentals, and they made it very clear that that was a part of their perspective as well. That if laws are established about some of these things, whether it's for noise or parking, why should they apply just to short-term rentals? Why shouldn't they apply across the board? Exactly. And certainly in our response to that is, and it kind of goes back to when we talked about, is it a residential use or a commercial use? And yes, it's a residential use, but it is a specific use type that potentially creates additional impacts on neighboring properties, and it's important for us to recognize what some of those impacts are and address them. That kind of pushes it into the realm of, additional standards may be necessary to ensure that this use is largely compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. So I'm going to make just a couple of comments, and then I have one more question. Applicant certification of CCNRs, I'm absolutely opposed to that. That's, CCNRs are covenants between property owners and an association. And I get calls all the time. I got a call about 6 months ago from a woman demanding that her neighbor paint his house. And I told her that there was no way that I could do that. I could not make him paint his house. And she said, but it's lowering my property values. And I said, well, what if he paints it purple with bright red doors? And she said, well, he can't do that. How do we force these CCNRs on people? And those are, I'm vehemently opposed to that. My next question and comment is, can we somehow and I don't know how we do this, I don't know how we work backwards with this, but if there's management companies involved, then that gives us, this, and the residents, it gives this level of protection that there are, property management companies dealing with this. I mean, we do this all the time, Ms. Mullins, and you know this. We have industrial and commercial complexes where there are, stores and neighborhoods, and when they violate certain rules and regulations that have been set up, especially in special use permits, we'll try to resolve it through the property manager, and sometimes the property manager has had to, literally force tenants to leave. So I like the idea of having a property manager in there. I also noted the other day that is it Airbnb that is now, they have their own hotline also, I believe.
I seem to recollect hearing something about that, but I am not familiar with the details.
Okay. And I'm sorry, commissioners, how did we arrive at 3? That seems like an arbitrary number of three people, 1 parking place. How did we get to that? Because what if it's 2 couples in 1 car?
Certainly, and that's a number that we had a good amount of discussion over in terms of what is the appropriate number, and obviously, the number of folks who are in any vehicle that visit a short-term rental, that can range wildly over the course of a year. So we were looking for some data in terms of if there are averages out there for, folks who are actually visiting the lake or other areas or on vacation, and what are some of those averages in terms of how many folks are in a car. So we did reach out to IVGA, to the Incline Village General Improvement District, and they had actually had a study done for them recently for some of their facilities, where they found that in the winter, that the number of folks in a car averaged about 2.5, and in the summer, it averaged about 4 people per vehicle. And so we looked at both of those numbers and suggested on settling in the middle, and that is what is recommended here today. But it is one of the items that we wanted to talk to you about and see if you felt that that was appropriate as well.
Okay, last comment. I don't know how you enforce occupants. Somebody says, the house is recommended to have, 6 occupants, and somebody brings in 10. I mean, how do you even know that occurs? And especially if they're, church mice. They're not rowdy or any of that. So how do you know?
And certainly that's another one of those standards where we felt like it was necessary to have some other structural pieces within the code itself that would get us to that goal. And part of that is the requirement that within any advertisement for a short-term rental, so whether it's on Airbnb, VRBO, Home and Way, that in that advertisement, it clearly states what the maximum occupancy is that is associated with the permit that was issued to that short-term rental. So it makes it very clear up front that if the home is only licensed or permitted for 6 people, that's clear to the folks who are renting it as well. Because what we don't want, we don't want to see is to put that standard in place, of course, and then they're advertising for the house being able to hold 20 people, and then, how do we enforce it after that? So we felt that that was a critical piece of ensuring that that is in the advertising as well. And certainly, we wanted to make sure that that was on. We talked about external information on the outside of a unit in case first responders are called to the short-term rental, that maximum occupancy be posted there as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. I mean, there's obviously many more questions. I want to forgive my verbosity, commissioners. I want to let the public chime in here. I have nobody else signed in. Commissioners, does anyone else have any questions? Did I knock anything loose, or anybody else knock anything loose that they? Okay. All right. Seeing none, I will go ahead and, do you have any other comments, Ms. Mullen?
I do not. Thank you for asking.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Pirelli, are we okay? Good. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to call public comment. Again, I would remind you, no clapping. Please silence your cell phones in the event that, when someone's speaking and a cell phone goes off, it can rattle them even when they're speaking for your side or however it might come down. So again, I'll ask you to silence your cell phones. Madam Clerk.
All righty, I will be calling 3 names at a time, and the first name I call will be the first one to speak, and if the other 2 people's names I call can queue up here in the front row, then we'll move public comment along very quickly. So first up this afternoon is Mr. Wayne Ford, followed by Mr. Mike Hess, and then Ms. Rhonda Tyser.
Welcome back, Mr. Ford.
Now it's good afternoon. Wayne Ford, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Occupancy and parking sounds like a big topic that you've had a lot of questions about. First, for the record, I think STR is going to be a problem. It's going to turn into building and planning code conflicts, and the result eventually will be banning them. One exception, if certain planned community centers with special use permit, that would work if it's gone through the review process. But now for parking. On-site is derived by the number of people using the home. Most hotels and motels use required 1 space per bedroom. In other words, you have a bedroom, you have 2 people. For that bedroom, you get 1 parking space per bedroom. 3-bedroom house would have 3 parking spaces. And in the commercial code, of course, for a motel, if you have 10 rooms, you have 10 parking spaces. You have to allow for some employees 1 additional space. For the idea of basically a 3-bedroom home, you would have 4 parking spaces required for that home. I don't agree with all the tiering. Jet skis, boats, other things brought up, that's going to take up a parking space. So that's got to be accounted for. Some homes in Incline has what's considered off-street parking. I don't know of any rule against it. But if you're going to have a short-term rental, that parking area between the edge of pavement and the property line needs to have some kind of control for TRPA. That's the pavers. And basically, they've been put in Crystal Bay and very effective. But that's only for temporary parking. That cannot be used in front of somebody else's house because they need that for their guest parking too. Site congestion, large parcels that have basically a lot of parking available. That needs to be brought into code compliance in terms of where those cars are parking. And then there must be a standard to the submittal process of a site plan that shows exactly what that site can sustain, floor plans, elevations, different criteria, so that can be entered in for first responders. So a detailed review can be done. This is not a game because many of the areas in Incline require, during the summer, sweeping of the roads. Cars on these roads interfere with that and eventually lead to problems with TRPA goals for their attainment. And in addition to that, bus routes are interfered with. So I would encourage staff to relook at the numbers of occupancy for a home and adjust that tiered to basically bedrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mike Hess, followed by Ms. Rhonda Tyser, and then Ms. Sarah Schmitz.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. I thank you for the proposed regulations on STRs, but without linking them to the zoning, use, or permitting process, you are only adding confusion since there is no review process nor any enforcement. Issuance of a county STR permit does not supersede private certificates of restrictions that restrict such a use. There are 3 legal issues here. First, the county who takes a fee to record the certificates of restrictions must do more than just say it will not supersede. It must actively ensure enforcement, and it can do so because the neighborhoods that have those restrictions are known by the Planning Commission. To not do so is to be complicit in the illegal sale of real property for a use that's not available to it. It would also convert from residential to commercial use a property that still maintains lower building code and lower insurance code. But obviously, it's recognized because you have a $500,000 policy now. So you realize that the county is at risk for fire, death, or its destruction if it issues codes to people and doesn't upgrade the building codes. Using a group home approach, which is done in the tiers, is only a way of increasing the number of people allowed to go into a residence. It doesn't regard anything to safety or to health. Second, real estate agents who do not disclose certificates of restriction, legally recorded, and put themselves at risk for a legal suit. The law allows a home purchaser who is saddled with a defect from the seller that knew of the restrictions but did not disclose it to seek 3 times the cost of repair and replacement, which includes court costs and legal fees. Third, requiring a homeowner who objects to a neighboring STR to defend their certificates of restrictions in court will allow them to sue the county, the real estate agents involved, and finally the current STR owners. Such a defect of enforcement can only be viewed as a liability for the county planning commission, and for the real estate agents involved. Clarity is required and is not contained in the proposed regulations. Use and occupancy of property is a big deal. It is the county's responsibility to ensure under its oath that the law does not unduly affect one object over another. The county obviously approved the certificates of restrictions and the zoning when the subdivisions were established. To now favor STRs over residential use requires an update to the building and use codes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rhonda Tyser, followed by Ms. Sarah Schmitz, and then Ms. Carol Black. Thank you. Yes. And I'm sorry, Ms. Tyser, what you handed me, is this your comments? Is that
Public comments.
from other people?
They are from me, and I'm referring to.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. The planner's proposed policy recommendations fall short. They do not address 2 of the most important negative effects on short-term rentals. The proposed standards focus on nuisance factors and safety factors, but these are not the only negative impacts that must be controlled by the new ordinance. 2 other factors are equally important. 1, the effect of short-term rentals on the character of residential neighborhoods. And 2, the effect of short-term rentals on affordable housing in the community. Not one of your proposed standards addresses these 2 factors, because the only way to save the character of residential neighborhoods and maintain a supply of affordable housing is by limiting the total number and density of short-term rentals in the community. TRPA's suggested best practices require limitations on short-term rentals, location, and density. Not restricting the number and density of short-term rentals destroys the quality of life for permanent residents, destroys the cohesive character of neighborhoods, and eliminates affordable housing in the community. I've handed you reports from San Diego, New Orleans, Sedona, Carmel, Sonoma, Los Angeles, New York, Santa Monica, Las Vegas, and San Francisco. If short-term rentals are so economically beneficial, why are hundreds of major cities and resorts restricting or banning them? We Incline Village and Crystal Bay residents are fighting for our neighborhoods, not our personal pocketbooks. We're not just a small group of naysayers who don't represent the larger community. I've handed the clerk many additional statements. To gain our support, your standards must put a strict cap on the total short-term rentals in Incline and Crystal Bay. You must prohibit short-term rentals in deed-restricted areas, and you must ensure density controls. Until then, we're not on board. Thank you.
Ms. Sarah Schmitz, followed by Ms. Carol Black, and then Ms. Diane Hirschberg. Sarah?
Welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sarah Schmitz from Incline Village. I hope you all had an opportunity to review the email that I sent you yesterday. To reiterate, creating regulations for an industry that has been operating for years without any regulations or oversight is a difficult task. This will be a process, and I appreciate the effort to confront this issue. I reside in a subdivision with declarations of restrictions that forbids business being conducted. I live beside a large home, which converted from a second home to a full-time, year-round hotel about a year ago. I have informed the owner of the neighborhood business restriction. They never use the home. They appear completely uninterested in what their neighbors think or have to cope with. Many in our community know exactly of this house because of its high occupancy use on a regular basis, the excessive number of cars in the driveway. This past weekend and weekends before, it's been 8 vehicles. The mounds of trash produced. No other home in our community is occupied in this manner. Your proposed regulations don't contain anything that will fix this bad actor. Our only option will be to seek legal action. Therefore, I'm recommending special use permits be required for short-term rentals. Our area requires them for bed and breakfast, so why not short-term rentals? This would allow neighbors to be informed and have the ability to educate the absentee owners of the use restrictions. It could also mitigate lawsuits between neighborhood property owners over use restrictions. Another concern not addressed is the needed restriction on the total number of STR units in our community and in a given neighborhood. The TRPA guidelines, which Washoe County staff has been working to emulate, recommends limits to the number of STRs in any given jurisdiction and any given neighborhood. This was done to ensure neighborhood compatibility. This same limitation needs to be added to the initial rollout of these regulations. Lastly, the occupancy limits are too high. I suggest you use the TRPA guidelines, which is 2 per bedroom plus 2. This would limit a 3-bedroom property to a maximum of 8 people. Seriously, to me, this is still excessive use. It's commercial use that is not normal for a residential property built to accommodate a single family. However, it is what TRPA recommended.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Carol Black, followed by Ms. Diane Hirschberg, and then Mr. Richard Miner. And for the record, Ms. Black, I received a copy of an email from the chairman that Ms. Black had sent in, and I will place that on the record, and she has also provided me with one other document, which I'll distribute to the board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So could I ask that you distribute it before we turn the clock on, and can you put the light on?
Can we get the overhead, please?
If that's acceptable, sir.
Well, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and start, because
Okay.
we have a lot of people behind you.
Okay, well, I apologize then, because what I wanted handed out was this table, and you won't be able to read it, because I just want to put it
Okay,
up there
go
for...
ahead, please continue.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so my purpose in talking here today is to say that short-term rentals do not mimic residential use. What the table is a list of a variety of different types of lodging use. The first section is those that are characterized in Washoe County as transient lodging by Washoe County. And the second section are others that are not. All of them are places, to quote Kelly, Ms. Mullen, where people come to sleep, eat, relax, etc. They're lodging places and lodging uses. In terms of the discussion earlier, I would say seasonal lodging, seasonal rentals falls more under the long-term rental use in the lower section. And in terms of the historic vacation rentals that we kind of all grew up with, they don't really have a home because short-term rentals has kind of been morphed over the last decade or so into really instant hotels. So it's not this low-key, I rent my house for a week to a family that I kind of sort of know or get to know when I'm away. It isn't that anymore. And my point here is, when you look at this chart, the short-term rentals of all of them are the least well-supported, have the least oversight, and most resemble transient lodging. The renters are unvetted, unknown to owners or property managers who are remote from the rentals. They are unfamiliar with the area, they're uncomfortable a lot of the time, and they're staying in sites they don't know the risks, and they're homes of strangers. And I think you've heard from others, and I'm just here to support this. I think it's a commercial use. Actually, NRS defines it as a transient commercial use. Either way, special use permit, and I think it needs to be required for all. The implications, whether it's a big or a small, have to do with the size, in the ratio of size to occupancy, and also closeness. Many of the smaller ones have adjoining walls, as mine does. So what happens in a party house won't happen in my building, but I still will be significantly impacted when somebody doesn't turn the heat down and a pipe breaks and it floods my unit, and I've got lots of damage, which does happen. It's real. So I think the tiers need to be relooked at. I think the regulations that are proposed are a start, but they need to be more aggressive. The occupancy level is way too high, needs to come down. And special use permit across the board, and also enforcement of public health and safety regulations, public accommodation regulations. I will be back next week to talk more about public health and safety, which is, I think,
Thank you, ma'am.
critical and not
Thank you, ma'am.
addressed. I'm done.
Thank you. And if anyone else has items that they wish distributed by the clerk during their public comment, would you give them to the clerk prior to? Would you come up and give them to the clerk? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the next public comment, please?
Thank you. Next is Ms. Diane Hirschberg, followed by Mr. Richard Miner, and then Ms. Denise Miller.
Welcome, ma'am.
And if you can.
Overhead, please.
So I actually am going to start with something I wasn't planning to talk about because I read the staff report and been told by staff that they would be including a disclosure as to whether if you are in a condominium or in a planned unit development, that there would be a disclosure required of any CC&Rs that said you could not have short-term rentals. Because most of the condominium and planned unit developments in Klein Village have either had for a long time, such as where I live, or in the last 6 months enacted rules and agreements that everybody has signed to and everyone has agreed to, that there would be no short-term rentals. Now, and Nevada Revised Statute 116.340 specifically says a person who owns a unit within a planned unit community that are restricted to residential use by the declarations may use that unit for a transient commercial use only if the governing documents of the association do not prohibit such use. That's the Nevada Revised Statute on condominiums and on planned unit developments. It defines transient commercial use for this section, that's only for this section, as any vacation rental or other form of transient lodging. So the city of Henderson says in its statute, which I believe Commissioner Burke-Bigler spoke complimentary about earlier in the year, under Section 3E, that you have to give us a notarized statement from the registrant certifying that operation of the short-term vacation rental would not violate any homeowner association agreements, et cetera, et cetera. The city of Las Vegas says in short-term residential rental unit is located within a subdivision or controlled access building that is governed by owners association, a letter or other document from the association must say that this is legal. In Douglas County, one of the things they suggested, I believe Commissioner Burke-Bigler was there, is that they ask all HOAs, so that they don't make any mistakes, to send them a letter if there is a restriction. So when people here say, and when, I don't know, what I gave Mr. Liparelli the code section, I assume he's read it. I hope he'll write an opinion that that does not somehow apply here. Anyways, and now I'm too short. This was a list of, from the TARPA rules, of the neighborhood compatibility parts that are not included in here to protect our neighborhoods. I handed you out the TARPA suggested guidelines and this. I wanted to go through this in detail. That was my planned speech today. Anyways, I hope you'll look at it. Thank you.
ma'am. Mr. Richard Minor, followed by Ms. Denise Miller, followed by Mr. Scott Minnick.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Your planning staff has submitted a long and detailed proposal regarding the regulation of short-term rentals. And by its own admission, the regulations will fall primarily on the communities of Incline Village and Crystal Bay. On pages 2 and 3 of their staff report, they go into some detail about the appropriateness of STRs in general, and yet fall short, as I'm sure they were instructed, from making any recommendation regarding their appropriateness for our communities. That said, I think it is appropriate to draw a parallel between the current STR debate raging around Lake Tahoe and a previous action taken by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency with regard to what many of us consider to be a similar blight. That is, the response by the TRPA to the quagga mussel threat, an invasive species which, if not checked, could destroy Lake Tahoe habitat that we all know and love. With the probable exception of a majority of our real estate and property management cadres, most full-time residents of Incline and Crystal Bay would easily identify STRs in our residential areas is no less a threat to those neighborhoods as the quagga mussel is to Lake Tahoe. So what did the TRPA do about the quagga mussel threat? They established mandatory inspections of all boats entering the lake and stiff fines for any violators. These inspections are uniform and immediate, they are well-staffed, and the fines for non-compliance are substantial and immediate. No calling a hotline, waiting a response, no 3 violations, and you can't put your boat in the lake. In conclusion, I urge the commissioners to, 1, recognize that the most telling impact of the proposed STR regulations will fall largely on our communities of Incline and Crystal Bay. We'll recognize that the enforcement of any STR regulation is paramount to actually regulating them. Recognize that your planners have scant, if any, evidence of the enforcement capabilities and effectiveness by the proposed outside contractor host compliance. And recognize that the TRPA has yet to establish their list of regulatory options for jurisdictions to apply. Therefore, remit back to your planning department for further work on establishing effective enforcement mechanisms and policies, which not only address all the other issues raised here today, many excellent issues that commissioners themselves have raised, and also require your planners to address the woeful inadequacy of allowing violations of the proposed regulations to continue under a 3 strikes, and then you'll have to face the consequences program.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Denise Miller, followed by Mr. Scott Minnick, and then Ms. Linda Newman. Oh, Ms. Miller has left, and so we will call Mr. Scott Minnick.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
Welcome, sir.
First, Commissioner Jung, you asked a really great question. Should we even be looking at this? Is this something for the Commissioners? My answer, I'm no constitutional scholar, believe me, but my recollection of the preamble of the Constitution is it talks about ensuring domestic tranquility. And you mentioned something else that I think is vital to understanding this issue and why all these residents are protesting it, and that is you described well who rents these short-term rentals, and that is they're predominantly very young, and they're predominantly there to party for the weekend. So that's really the issue we face here. And I'd like to ask you all to consider one thing as you evaluate this regulation, and that is do unto others. You know, think of this: if you have a short-term rental next door to your home, how would you want it regulated? I'd like to specifically address something the staff raised, and that is balancing interests and trying to be fair, which I think is a noble goal. But then, if I interpret them correctly, they go on to interpret those things as all of these parties are equal. So we're going to balance the interest of the short-term renters, we're going to balance the interest of the residents, and so forth. But even if you look at the staff's numbers, that's not true. That's a false premise. There's vastly more residents than there are short-term renters. And so by balancing interests, democracy is about the majority. It's not about short-term renters being able to change the character of a neighborhood, as you've heard over and over they do. I can tell you that we have some short-term rentals in our neighborhood. It's loud, it's noisy, it's at all hours of the night. And so it's about either banning this entirely or heavily regulating them so that we preserve the nature of these residential areas that were created, and many of them are embodied in the CCRs. I'd like to turn to the regulations for a minute. I think they've identified 3 primary areas: noise, trash, and parking. Those are all important. Like you, Chair Hartung, I like to play my Hendrix loud, but I don't like it loud at 7 a.m. On a Sunday morning. And so I'd ask you to look at the time when they allow those. And I bet you're a good neighbor, and when you get a call from your neighbor saying your Hendrix is loud at midnight, you turn it down. The other thing I'd ask that you add to the list that wasn't on their list is about lighting. We have a short-term renter. Their lights are on all night because the people don't know better, and they leave them on. They're very bright. They make it hard to sleep. Noise pollution and light pollution are both major issues. Lastly, enforcement is key. If you think about, just run some simple numbers, 1,000 short-term rentals, if only 5% of them have complaints during a night, that's 50. It takes 15 minutes to make an enforcement call. That's more than 12 hours.
Thank you, sir.
We need to do something about beefing up enforcement.
Ms. Linda Newman, followed by Ms. Judith Miller, followed by Mr. Michael Abel.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. TRPA, the county, and all members of our community are stewards of Lake Tahoe. To protect the clarity of our lake and the health and safety of all who live, work, and recreate here, the county must limit the total number of short-term rentals, beginning with establishing a maximum population density for each neighborhood. This must be done to ensure that we have a sustainable infrastructure that supports our community's quality of life. At a time when there is a shortage of long-term rentals for those who want to work and raise a family here, along with the deficit in staffing and funding for our schools, fire and police departments, nonprofits, and other critical agencies, the impact of short-term rentals exacerbate these challenges. Short-term rentals of private residences, such as homes, apartments, and condos, must be held to the same regulatory standards as hotels, motels, and bed and breakfasts. Make no mistake, they are commercial businesses. They should only be allowed to operate in areas zoned for these enterprises and subject to occupancy limits, parking requirements, safety, security considerations, signage, noise thresholds, trash collection, insurance coverage. In short, all current permitting requirements and building codes with fees, fines, and penalties that cover the cost for the county and local staffing levels for infrastructure and enforcement. It is the county's responsibility to ensure that these new venues for transitory occupancy comply with existing standards. If Washoe County does not have the dedicated resources to design, permit, and enforce regulations, short-term rentals of homes, apartments, and condos should be banned. It is not the responsibility of our citizens who have purchased property here or are long-term renters to act as county cops and serial litigators to ensure that these residential neighborhoods remain residential. I recognize that there are host-occupied short-term rentals. There are property owners that depend upon this additional income to remain in their homes. I believe that this constituency should have a separate tier of regulation. The vast majority who have chosen to purchase and rent homes here to live, work, raise families, start new businesses, retire, and recreate, these are the priorities. These are not competing interests. Please prioritize their interests. We devote our time and resources in improving our communities, our county, and our state. Your leadership and commitment in regulating short-term rentals will determine our future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Judith Miller, followed by Mr. Michael Abel, followed by Mr. Blaine Johnson.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hartung and other.
Excuse me. There you go. There you go.
Thanks. Other honorable commissioners, I spoke to you last month about various concerns I've had regarding short-term rentals since I became a member of the Incline Village Crystal Bay CAB back in 2014. And I spoke to you about the very shocking decline in our school enrollment while other areas increase. My comments today are made as an individual. The horrific events in Orinda, California have sadly brought to our attention a most unacceptable risk created by short-term rentals. We've no idea who's occupying the house next door or how it will be used. And in Orinda, even though the home's owners lived only 10 minutes from their vacation rental, and even though they were told a family was going to occupy the house, 5 lives were cut short. The community's sense of well-being and safety has been irreparably damaged. The neighbors reported the noise, but too late to spare the lives of innocent victims. Realizing that our sheriff's office is often unable to respond to noise complaints, we'd likely fare far worse should someone plan a similar family reunion at one of the 1,000 or so vacation rentals in Incline. In many communities across the nation, STRs are only permitted where there is an on-site host. This is a sensible requirement. The online vacation rental companies and others, they don't monitor who comes into the home or what they're doing. It's like having a hotel with no manager. I tried one of those once where you put your credit card in and you get a code to get to the room. It was a very scary place, and I guarantee you I would never do that again. Since you won't ban vacation rentals, at least make some requirements that they have an on-site manager. As we saw in Orinda, a 30-minute response like the one proposed is just not good enough. And on Friday, we had the 1-year anniversary of the campfire in Paradise, California. I listened to public radio as survivors related how they're still struggling. There are only a few ways to exit the Tahoe Basin, and when vacation rentals create gridlock on our roads, even without a fire, we realize how critically important it is to reduce their number. Washoe County is the last agency in the basin to address the regulation of vacation rentals. Instead of always following others, be the first to show real concern for your constituents and our communities. Please limit the number of permits issued. We don't want to be another Orinda. We don't want to be another Paradise Lost. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Michael Abel, followed by Mr. Blaine Johnson, and then Ms. Diane Brown. And Mr. Abel gave me some documents, which I'll just distribute to the board.
Welcome.
I've departed from my comments a little bit. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Michael Abel, 12-year resident of Incline Village, and I've owned property up at Incline for 20 years. Washoe County Sheriff struggles to do their job with their existing workload right now in Incline Village. Winter plowing services are a struggle for Washoe County up there. Washoe County sheriffs can't even ticket an RV parked for a week after the Burning Man Festival. So how are they going to be able to enforce these regulations? I have a good suggestion. How about saving this board, Washoe County staff, a boatload of hassles and just ban STRs? The more I've looked at the issue, the more negatively I've begun to view it. STRs may be a bonus for our real estate industry, but they're a giant negative to our residential community and our aging infrastructure. As the STRs have increased, the stock of available housing for resident workers has dramatically decreased. Where will all local workers live? This is a real conundrum for local workers. One of our local mega millionaires recently purchased a home for over $1.1 million in order to provide housing for one of that person's key employees. How many employers are able to do something like that? Meanwhile, with the shrinking housing stock and no new multi-unit apartments being built in the Washoe, in the Incline area, where our workers live, the clerk in the retail store, the IVGIT employee that makes $12 to $15 an hour, the gardener, the painter, the flooring installer, the waitress, the waiter, even the hotel clerks and maids, where are these people going to find affordable housing? As you may or may not know, Incline Crystal Bay is hemmed in by federal, state of Nevada lands, and no new parcels will ever be developed there. So this is a situation. How is it ever going to change? It could if Washoe gave us a funded redevelopment agency to redevelop some of our aging infrastructure into taller, higher density, lower cost housing. Is that going to happen? I don't think it's going to happen with Washoe's present budgets or in the foreseeable future. Is the RSCVA going to subsidize our workers to build affordable housing? Taxes collected by the RSCVA funds a bowling complex here in Reno, but nothing to reinforce our Tahoe infrastructure. Is the revenue neutral fee that Washoe County proposes to collect from licensed STRs going to help our workers find local housing? No. Is the county going to provide funds to IVGID to secure more recreational facilities to accommodate the crush of visitors? Again, the answer is no. Essentially, STRs are a subsidy to the real estate industry and the short straw to our community. Furthermore, when we locals need workers and employees, they'll commute in cars and trucks, adding further to Tahoe's air pollution and traffic on our roads and a shortage of parking on our streets.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Blaine Johnson, followed by Ms. Diane Brown, and then Ms. Erica Lamb.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. As noted, my name is Blaine Johnson. I am a property manager, and I appreciate the comment that where they've been. We have actually been pretty engaged in the conversation throughout, and appreciate the opportunity to continue to work in that direction. Earlier throughout the different meetings, it has been noted through the community that properties that are managed through a Nevada licensed property manager do not seem to have the same problems as those that are individually managed from people that are out of area. And I think it answers some of the ideas that, having someone local that can respond to the problems helps. So I would suggest that it might be worth, through your permitting and fee structure, that if you are managed under a licensed property manager, that maybe the fee structure might be a little bit different than somebody that is somewhat as an individual. It's just a way to push them towards a more local representative and somebody that is there and able to address the situations. Some of the questions, I understand that it doesn't answer all the questions for employees, but some of the seasonal people that do come into town do come through some of our vacation rentals. We tend to work with the owner and those people to try and figure out a better pricing structure, because a nightly rental is obviously much more than a monthly rental would add up to. So we try and work that out between the owner. A lot of it is based on, though, whether or not the owner is actually coming up to use it and making it available to people. So we do have that. I understand that there are concerns that all the problems of the world belong to short-term vacation rentals. In part of the report, it said that there were a total of 64 nuisance calls last year up in Incline Village. As part of my spiel to people that want to potentially hire me as a vacation rental, I tell them you should anticipate roughly 70 full nights a year, right? If that were true and we had 900 plus or minus of properties, that would be 63,000 nights available for the people that are up there. And the 64 calls that were made, if they were all 100% attributable to vacation rentals, would be 0.1% of all the nights that are out there. So I understand that we need to address community concerns. I think that there is a way to do that better. I agree with the conversation that says that it should be handled locally. And as a licensed property manager, we're under a different level of guidance, I guess, through the state already. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Diane Brown, followed by Ms. Erica Lamb, and then Mr. Pete Todoroff.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hartung and members of the commission. I am Diane Brown, a Realtor with Sierra Sotheby's and the chair of the Incline Village Realtors Public Policy Committee. The Incline Village Realtors support private property rights and the ability to rent. We support the existing codes and ordinances in places that address and misuse of property such as nuisance, noise, and trash. With your permission, I'd like to highlight a few of our concerns. Inspections should have a clear checklist and procedure for conducting inspection that is understandable by homeowners. And sorry for my voice, got that cold going around last week. As a realtor, we support the health and safety for all residential properties regardless of use. Requiring more than one inspection is costly and can be redundant. Additionally, inspections should be limited to life, safety. Retrofitting homes that were lawfully constructed at the time of construction would be cost prohibitive and raise a significant concern to us. Parking has always been limited in Incline Village, especially in the summer months, and not necessarily because of short-term rentals. Vehicle number limitations for short-term rentals should be reasonable and enforceable for all properties. Response time of 30 minutes is kind of a concern for us. Having a local contact person within 45 minutes is what we have seen across the state. We suggest using a local licensed property manager who is licensed to deal with the issues that have been brought forward to this panel. If it's snowing, it could take somebody 10 to 15 minutes to clear off their car before they could drive across town. So 30 minutes, they would be in violation if it was in the winter months very easily. Finally, we thank the staff for including us and the community in this process. It's been very diligent. Kelly, good report. Thank you so much. As a member of the Incline Village Realtors, I commit to our willingness to work towards an agreeable solution that helps keep all of Washoe County safe and thriving. Thank you all so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Ms. Erica Lamb, followed by Mr. Pete Todoroff, followed by Mr. Andy Chapman. And if we can please remember to queue up down here, it'll help go quicker. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Chair Hartung and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to address the short-term rental regulation proposal. My name is Erica Lamb. I'm a realtor, broker, property manager located here in Reno, Nevada. With Welcome Home, we do real estate and property management. I'm also the president-elect of the Reno Sparks Association of Realtors. I wish to be clear. Vacation rental regulation is not a specific realtor, but private property rights. A homeowner has a right to own, sell, and rent their short-term or long-term. We also support the enforcement of nuisance ordinances, whether noise, parking, trash, or etc. I compliment Kelly Mullen and county staff for reaching out to all those interested in this regulation. Vacation short-term rental regulation is being addressed throughout the country, oftentimes with little input from those who will be impacted. Clearly, in this case, all efforts have been made to seek public input, and we thank you. Here are some specifics I wish to address relating to proposed regulation. The 30-minute response time is a concern. Washoe County is a large area. 30 minutes may be too limiting, and I would suggest maybe 45 minutes to an hour. As our traffic is getting bigger and more time consuming, it just allows for not breaching that regulation. Additionally, it is my understanding that additional occupancy within specific limitations during daylight hours is generally accepted. Parking is always an issue, regardless of a home being used for short-term rental, particularly in Incline Village. Parking should be uniformly enforced, regardless of the property use. Vehicle number limitations for STRs is reasonable, but the prohibition of STR vehicles not allowed within right-of-way should not be specific to STRs. How is anyone to know the specific right-of-way for any specific street? Parking is usually limited to paved roadways obstructing travel. Occupancy limits across the country generally allow increased occupancy when children below a certain age are exempted. Should infants or toddlers be included in the occupancy limit? I beg to differ. On-site inspections, if required, should be well-defined in order for the homeowner or property manager to understand the expectations and specifically limited to health and safety issues. Older homes should not be subjected to newer building codes. As an example, a 1970s home held to the 2018 newer building codes. A checklist should be available for the homeowner to understand what will be inspected. And lastly, the issue of signage raises the issue of home safety. Requiring exterior
Thank you,
signage can become a safety issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pete Todoroff, followed by Mr. Andy Chapman and Ms. Margaret Martini. And Mr. Todoroff had a handout, which I will distribute now. Thank you.
Now, you're going to distribute now? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Because I'm going to be working off that handout.
Okay, welcome, sir. Go ahead, start.
Oh, I just wanted to, I'm working with the handout, so the
Okay.
handout you have to look at first. My name is Pete Todoroff. I'm a resident of Incline Village, 39 years, and I'm chairman of the Citizens Advisory Board. I had the opportunity to look at Placer County. They have addressed short-term rentals where via contact, a hotline, and so forth and so on. Owners and operators provided local contact information. Complaints are anonymous by callers, but they may choose to have contact information for follow-up if they want to have their complaints addressed. There's also a recent update of short-term rentals that have not addressed short-term rentals. There's nothing about safety. And to me, that is the most important part. Second page is devoted to the Fire Department Board of Directors meeting that I had the privilege of attending. I feel this meeting addressed everything from safety, contact information, enforcement, and who is going to pay for the short-term rental annual inspections. The fire department is the only person, I believe, that can do inspections on short-term rentals, period. They're there 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and they know what the codes are and so forth and so on. I sent this information to Chief Ryan Summers, and he answered an outline in red that addresses safety. Safety, costs, and who is paying for the annual inspection for the fire department's inspection. I felt Washoe County is too far away to code enforcement violations. I mention this because of the complaints I contacted Washoe County about a roofing company across from the fire department on Tanager Street. They have code violations for both TRPA and Washoe County codes. I tried unsuccessfully for 3 years to try to get this taken care of, either fine them or get this mess cleaned up, and it's still in code violations. The fire department could enforce codes and inspect the residents using their property for short-term rentals and issue the permits to be paid for by the residents or agencies collecting fees for these properties for short-term rentals. The last page of the rental is a loft bedroom that a person lost his life. He was 19 years old, and I included the webpage and what was on the news as well.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Andy Chapman, followed by Ms. Margaret Martini, followed by Mr. Frank Wright.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Harden, and to the commission as well as staff. Thank you very much for taking up this item. It is one fraught with peril, really across the industry and across the nation and beyond. Short-term rentals or vacation homes, however you want to call it, have been a historical use in Tahoe for decades and decades. And I would say many current residents of Tahoe, and I would say I'm one, first came to Lake Tahoe as a visitor. And I would imagine many people you are hearing from today also first came to Tahoe as a visitor. And this important inventory is important for that visitor interaction. We're not building a lot of new big buildings for hotel properties, and so we had to figure out how to, to welcome our guests because they are coming. There's a wide and diverse opinion set in the community around this, and the conversations, as I said, are happening throughout the industry. And there's many cases of jurisdictions and how they have handled this, and some of them not quite so successful as others, as we've seen from our neighbors down in the south. We, and certainly from a tourism perspective, we appreciate these common sense regulations that you're working towards and your staff is working towards. There obviously is some elements that still need to be worked on, and we do certainly appreciate that. One thing that I will leave as I walk out is looking at the annual occupancy over the last 5 years on an annualized basis, and these are numbers coming directly from our tax authority and the RCVA. We're at a 63.3% occupancy. A couple of points higher one year, a couple of points lower one year. So when we look at the year as a whole and look at occupancy, and these are people paying the TOT tax through the RCVA efforts, it's only 63%. So it's, I think we're not inundating, we're not at capacity. Certainly there are some things that we need to do to make sure that we're dealing with some of these issues out there. And again, the common sense regulations that this board and your staff are putting together, I think is the right step. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Margaret Martini, followed by Mr. Frank Wright.
Welcome.
Margaret Martini, Incline Village. Good afternoon. The first thing I want to talk about is legal descriptions. Can you or your DA give me a legal description of why a single-family designated residence can be used for rental income purposes to multiple people at multiple times for multiple periods of times and still not call it an income or investment property? That is another conundrum here. The definitions, legal ones, do not match with you and your DA's statement to justify the use of a single-family resident as a hotel type of use. How can it be that a residential property by definition is turned into a commercial income property by definition? An explanation in your ordinance is needed. The list that you have come up with is woefully inadequate in addressing the issues and compliance procedure. There is no proposed limit to the short-term rentals as a percentage in residential neighborhood. There is no funding system of enforcement that is autonomous of the Washoe County Sheriff's Department. The Washoe County Sheriff Department is stretched beyond the maximum in enforcing crime. Dedicated enforcement officers to monitor and act on infractions will have to be in place. You will have to cough up the money or hope that the fines and fees will adequately cover the cost of enforcement of your proposed list of standards. Do some math for some hard and factual information to base a decision on. The county has flown by the seat of their pants for over 10 years now, and this is seemingly looking like another 10 years of sitting on the do-nothing backsides to perhaps get something enforceable. North Lake Tahoe Fire Department Resolution 17.1, dated 2017. The fire department has made a proposal to ensure as much as possible the safety of Incline Village in the realm of issues caused by short-term rentals. Their proposal needs to be included in your standards with the fire department enforcing the safety regulations that they have thoughtfully set forth. They are the experts in safety. Take their expertise to heart. They have already done the work. They do not need your inexpert advice in fire safety, inspections, and compliance. Incorporating their well-researched and thought-out procedures should save the county a lot of time and money. A comprehensive definition incorporated into your standards that clearly defines a single-family home, a single-family residence, the neighborhood CC&Rs, recorded documents, and the difference between a home use and a commercial for profit use. Everyone needs to be on the same page on this one, so parameters are the same for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Frank Wright, followed by Mr. Thomas Bruce.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Mr. Lucy, I have a proposal that we'd like to rent a home, and the people in Incline and Crystal Bay would like to come down and rent a home in your neighborhood. and we'd like to have a party every other weekend there. And I'm sure that your neighbors and you wouldn't like it, but you get the idea of what we're dealing with. Across the street from the Crystal Bay fire station, we have some fire people from Crystal Bay can attest to this, is an 800 square foot home. It was rented by 2 individuals, and during the course of the 3-day weekend, there was no less than 150 people in the backyard all weekend long, running up and down the neighborhood. It was a group out of San Francisco that were staying across the street at the Biltmore and the Crystal Bay casinos. They rented rooms there, and they just took over the whole neighborhood. They used that one small bedroom home as their location and gathering point, running through the neighborhood, parking cars. It was a mess. Vacation rental, I don't think one of our licensed property managers back here is going to take care of that. Having a license doesn't do anything to stop the mess that's going on with these short-term rentals. Eventually, they're going to come to your neighborhood, commissioners. Eventually, you're going to wake up and pay attention to what we're saying here. This is a critical issue. Residential means residential. Families live there. Why would you want to put up with this kind of traffic, parking, noise in your residential neighborhood? It's not right. They're not going to have just one person renting a home for $1,000 a night, $800 a night. They're bringing their neighbors, they're bringing their friends, they're bringing everybody, and they're partying. And they're going to turn your neighborhood into a party scene. Would you like that? You currently can't enforce the laws that you have on the books now. Calling a county commissioner to tell them that there's a problem going on in Washoe County not always gets any kind of reaction. A lot of times they pass it on to somebody else, to somebody else, to somebody else. And believe me, I have been down this road many times trying to get action from our commissioners, from our county elected officials, from our DA, from our county attorney. They all give you the same lip service. Well, we can't really do anything about it. We don't have the command power. We don't have the enforcement power. You don't have the enforcement power now to overdo these new laws you're going to come up with this short-term rentals. There's no way you can have anybody come and enforce all these things. You need to turn residential areas back to residential areas. You need to keep things in a commercial area, a commercial. So use your head. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas Bruce?
Welcome, Mr. Bruce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hartung and commissioners. I'm a resident of Spanish Springs and have no rental property at present, but I thought that some information on publication 527 of the Internal Revenue Service called Residential Rental Property, including rental of vacation homes, may not have been considered.
Overhead, please.
I don't know if you can see this, but basically it says use of a home, but rental for less than 15 days. It says if you use a dwelling unit as a home and you rent it less than 15 days during the year, its primary function isn't considered to be rental. It goes on to say further that you do not have to report the receipts of the money for that rental as income. I don't know, but clearly it's a short term. Many people call this the Masters or the Augusta Clause because it's very popular in Augusta for the Masters tournament, for rental to professional golfers and other visitors attending the tournament for the week or 10 days surrounding the tournament, when a lot of Augusta people leave. The Montreux people may have taken advantage of it during the Reno Tahoe Open, and the people at Wolf Run may take advantage of it next year. I just bring this to your attention as I don't see anything that indicates that it has been addressed either to be ignored or taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bruce, if I could please get the documents you had on the overhead, thank you. That's the last of our public commenters on this item, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. I'll give you one opportunity. If you've not spoken, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Who's not signed in? Okay, I'm going to close this item, bring it back to the board. Commissioners. Okay, Commissioner Jung, I have you signed in first. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. First off, I want to say, and I meant to say this when we started out, Ms. Mullen, I have been impressed with your professionalism and subject matter expertise throughout this entire project. I have caught you on television as well as other quotes, and I think you've done a great job with a very difficult issue with people with some pretty strong feelings. So thank you for representing us as our subject matter expert very well. My first question for the DA, the South Lake Tahoe issue, has that been resolved yet? And I think I know the answer is no. And I think that's something we should be watching very closely, Mr. Assistant District Attorney as well, who's helping craft this, because I know that is going to the higher courts. You don't have to answer that because I know the answer to it. Thank you. I will push back on the citizens here who told us we don't have to listen to DA's advice while we're crafting our laws. Yeah, we do. That's why you elected him as the district attorney. He's an elected official. They carry out his duties and tell us what is legal and what is legal based on their expert legal advice, also subject matter expert. I feel like this issue is going to be very hard to get anywhere with at all until you can prove up who's actually a full-time resident in Incline Village and who isn't, because many people have spoken, and the real issue is here. That's always been, all around the lake has always been vacation rental homes. It's how we've all had the opportunity, as a gentleman said, to stay there before. So, Ms. Mullen, I would like you to do more research and determine, not for tax purposes, because I do understand how that works out in Incline Village as well. I'd like to know, for reals, in this area of our complainants, how many are permanent residents and how many are not. One thing, I know we're not making any votes today or anything, we're trying to guide you, so that's another piece of advice. I don't think you should base how many occupants can be in any structure based on bedrooms, because that's easy to fudge, bedrooms. I mean, I can make up and start putting up things for bedrooms. I think it should be attached to square footage. So let's go to square footage rather than how many functional bedrooms or lack thereof, and even how you would define a bedroom. When I said 30 minutes, I meant by phone. I don't expect anybody anywhere to respond to me in any capacity within 30 minutes in person, no matter where I'm at. It's 30 minutes by phone is the way I understood the ordinance in terms of having somebody to help the situation. I am also in agreement with one of the property management experts up here. If somebody can verify that they have a property manager, they should be under a different tier and code, whatever it is that you need to do as a county tax-paid employee. If these people who own these properties that are so very desirable for vacation rental homes, if they can prove up to us in the process that they have a property manager, I think they should be moved out of your purview, and the property manager then takes on the legal, financial, et cetera, judicial responsibilities through a proper property manager. And a property manager, I mean, they have to pass a very hard test at the state level. And frankly, if anybody tried to be a property manager, I think it's probably one of the worst jobs on the planet in terms of hard to manage people. So they also, with experience, are the best at dealing with this, rather than you who've bought a place that is desirable and you trying to manage your own property. I also believe probably more than anything else, that a lot of citizen activists here don't understand what a special use permit. You keep saying you want a special use permit. I promise you, you don't. They go with the property. So it doesn't matter, the new person buys it, they get to sell the property even more, and you might get a real winner who comes in that has that SUP. We wrangled through that through marijuana dispensaries. That's why we didn't go SUP, because it goes with the property, not with the person. And then finally, I think we are tap dancing on something very, makes me nervous as a county commissioner in a county that gets sued an awful lot. with private property rights. The one thing that distinguishes us from every other industrialized nation, and we can have an argument all night long on this, is our rights as private property owners. And I can tell you what, if you're worried about partiers next door, I have college kids on both sides of me. I prefer them as my neighbors than anywhere else in this whole community. So I knew that's what I was getting into. I live in College Town, USA. I prefer those kids. And yes, they have parties. So be very careful with our private property rights here, because if somebody told me what I was to do with my house, I'd be the first to get a very high-profile lawyer that would scare everyone and take my rights back. And I feel for you, I hear you. I think there is a way, because we do have talented staff, one of the best land use attorneys in the state, to get to a place that we can all live somewhat happily together with the different uses that we see fit for our private property. And that's all I have for you. I know we'll meet again. You'll come back and meet with all of us privately, but I have to say you've done a great job, and you are the ideal planner, because your face doesn't change. You don't make, I'm a horrible poker player. I'm rolling my eyes. What are they talking about? And Ms. Mullen is able to maintain her composure at a time. It's personal when they're saying, you're coming up with this and you're doing this. My heart always goes out to staff in that situation, but I can tell you what, you have maintained your neutrality, and even when she talks to me, just so you know, she's very neutral, and she argues both of your sides, or all 5 sides that are out here right now, to me, even in our little scenarios, because I like to argue. So wonderful job. Please don't let it get to you. Let them come after us. This is my subject matter expert. He's my subject matter expert. He's my subject matter expert. But I think you have done this in a way that many other planners could learn a tremendous amount from, in terms of not getting personally attached. And I know that's got to be hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Mr. Edwards, I'm going to bring you up just real quickly, because I think it's an important time before I let another commissioner speak, and just talk about some of the legal issues. There was some NRS cited, 116.340, and I know that there's probably a number of other pieces of legislation that might point back to this, both from the state and from the federal side. I'm sorry, Commissioners, I apologize. But I think Mr. Edwards can maybe bring some light and help formulate some questions that we're going to pose, or some direction that we're going to pose to staff. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I think your query is about CC&Rs, servitudes, covenants, conditions, restrictions on the property. There's been quite a bit of discussion about that today. There's been quite a bit of discussion about that at the staff level, both with us and amongst themselves, and in the community events that they've put on to get input from the stakeholders and the neighbors and things like that in this process. One of the issues that's come up several times has been whether or not the county should require a certification from an applicant to the effect that the CC&Rs allow or are not violated by a short-term rental permit if they were to get one. The advice that we've given, which has been referenced here today several times, has been that that is outside the scope of what the county does with respect to land use planning. And it's outside the long history of what CC&Rs and servitudes, that's what they're called, that's the technical legal name of these, servitudes has been throughout time. And I actually spent quite a bit of time taking a look at this particular issue and looking at the history of these as well. And the first item that I found was a Nebraska Law Review article that was published in 1998 by a UCLA law grad named Susan French. And she quotes another professor who had written an article about servitudes and the problems with trying to figure out what they mean and how to enforce them. And I'm going to read you this quote because I think it is a nice summation of some of the problems that go along with this. The quote in that article is, "The law in this area, real covenants and equitable servitudes, is an unspeakable quagmire. The intrepid soul who ventures into this formidable wilderness never emerges unscarred. Some, the smarter ones, quickly turn back to take up something easier, like income taxation of trusts and estates. Others, having lost their way, plunge on and after weeks of effort emerge not far from where they began, clearly the worse for the wear. On looking back, they see the trail they thought they broke, obscured with foul-smelling waters and noxious weeds. Few willingly take up the challenge again. This is an expert on servitudes that has made a niche in her career about dealing with them and highlighting some of the difficulties that go along with them. You probably didn't know that that these go all the way back to Roman times and what they called the 12 Tables of Rome. This is 451 BC, where these servitudes were first, I believe, recognized to exist. Now, back at the time, they recognized rights to dig and burn lime, pasture cattle, draw and transport water, encroach on a neighbor's airspace, and rights to light, view, and support. That was carried on into the English common law tradition as early as the 1300s, and then more clearly defined in 1583 and onward into the American legal system. An organization known as the American Law Institute is made up of scholars, renowned attorneys, practitioners, law professors, and judges around the country that are responsible for writing treatises on the state of law in America. And what they try to do is they try to distill and condense the English common law that is still in effect in America. And one of the publications that they came up with most recently on this topic is called the Restatement Third of Property Law. And in that, they note in several places that servitudes, like the ones we're talking about, are private law devices. They note over and over that public law doctrines for regulating use of land, such as zoning, do not apply in these contexts. And that servitudes permit the creation of neighborhoods restricted to particular uses, providing a private alternative to zoning. So the history of these has been that they are mechanisms of private enforcement, not mechanisms of government enforcement. The issue that we saw with respect to certification is that the first time that happens, you're going to get an applicant that certifies that something does not violate CC&Rs. You're going to get a neighbor that comes in and says they do violate the CC&Rs. And now guess where the county is? Right in the middle of deciding who's right, or as that professor quoted, wading into the unspeakable quagmire to figure out, the answer to that. So the answer, we think, the wiser answer is for these covenants to be treated like the private law restrictions that they are, and the county certainly could put a notification in a permit to the effect that these don't override CC&Rs that apply to the property, but that's between the neighbors and the HOA, and it's up to them to carry those out and make sure they're enforced.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Jung had another question earlier about spot zoning. I don't know if you wanted me to talk about that at all. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we're good with that. And anything else, Mr. Chairman, at the time?
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
you're
you
welcome.
for the clarifications. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Thank you. It's back to the board now. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mullen, as have I told you a number of times, I appreciate all the work you've put into this. For those of you from the community who aren't aware of this and from the board who aren't aware of this, she spent most of her summer crafting and doing meetings and working on this issue. And she's talked to diverse groups and to a lot of different people about this issue. And so she really is our subject matter expert when it comes to how are we going to regulate this. So from my perspective, let me tell you that I think I am an anti-big government person. Most of you who know me know that. But in this particular case, I think regulations are really the only thing that are going to that can be put in place to address the issue of how do we address problems created by STRs, vacation rentals, or whatever else. And a lot of the blame that they're getting doesn't really belong to them because, truthfully, I don't have any vacation rental people in my neighborhood, but I have people who live right behind me who party all the time, and they own the house. I have people who live right down the street who sell drugs out of their house, and I live in a good neighborhood. So, I mean, you're going to find bad neighbors as you find bad neighbors, and I think it's important for us to remember that that is a factor regardless of what we're doing. So I personally think regulations are much, much more important. I don't think a ban will work, largely because this community is unique in that there are residents, full-time residents, but there are residents who live there live there in the summer and residents who live there in the winter. So you have this difference of opinion as to whether or not they should be able to use their home for renting it out to their neighbors or renting it out to people, that strangers, if they are so inclined. I am not so inclined to do that, but I'm old and I don't believe in that kind of stuff, so maybe that's why. But at any rate, let me just address a few of the issues that came up. So one of the comments that was made was, they're loud all hours of the night. That's one of the things that we're attempting to address with these regulations. And I think Ms. Mullen was very clear in that we're put these regulations in place that say there's a time frame within which you can, sit in the hot tub or have a ping pong game in the backyard or whatever. And that time frame ends at 10 o'clock. Now, the downside for people who live in vacation communities, and regardless of whether you're a full-time resident or not, Lake Tahoe is an international treasure, and it is, in fact, a vacation community. And that means that all residents who live up there live in a vacation community. The downside for people who live in a vacation community is if we put in regulations that apply to people who are renters, we put in regulations for people who are owners. So if you rent the house, even if you rent it for 365 days and you can't use your hot tub after 10 at night, neither can you as an owner. And I think that's really an important factor that we need to take into consideration. I, however, still think regulations are the best approach and the best way to go. One of the questions that was brought up was about increasing traffic and increasing parking problems. And I totally agree. I was up there this summer a lot. I spent a lot of time at the lake, and I was up there a lot this summer. And trust me, I agree with you. The traffic was horrid. One of the things that a study, I was at Tahoe Transportation District on Friday, and we had the third wave of a study that's been going on for about 6 months on transportation issues related to Tahoe. And one of the things that came out of the study is that what's the increasing problem are not people who come up there to stay, but day trippers. And as the Sacramento community and as the Reno community and the Carson community and the Douglas County community and the rest of the areas around the lake, as those areas grow, we're going to see more traffic because we're going to see more day trippers. So that has literally nothing to do with this issue. And yet, it's a factor that's going to get blamed on people who come up and rent a house for a week or 2 weeks or whatever they do. So I think it's important for us to think about this in the global term of what we're going to do, not just as it relates to putting in regulations for STRs, but also as it relates to how we're going to address traffic issues on the same front. Sorry, I've already had one asthma attack today. My goal is not to have another one, but so let's just go on. I think enforcement is the key, and the question that I would present to staff is, are we going to be able to establish that the fees, the licensing fees, and whatever else we're putting in place to pay for this program are going to pay for enforcement? I think that is a key that is very, very important. We need additional sheriff's deputies, or we need additional code enforcement people. Maybe the fire district needs an additional code enforcement person. I don't know how we do that. I know that we've had numerous conversations with staff already, with Mr. Solero and Ms. Thomas have been working on issues as it relates to moving the TOT that we currently collect from the Lake Tahoe area and letting that be used as funding in Lake Tahoe for additional support for, watching over what's happening, making sure that there's somebody who can go and answer comment on somebody who's parking in the wrong place. One of the questions that has come up on a number of occasions, in fact, at one of Mr. Todoroff's meetings, I think it was the last meeting of last month, or maybe the meeting before of last month, but it was in October. At one of his meetings, several people were there who said they would love to get with the fire district or the sheriff and put a volunteer group together to go and take pictures of people who are parking cars where they shouldn't be parking them, and then emailing those cars right directly back to the sheriff or to the fire district or wherever it needs to go. If it's parked in front of a fire hydrant, of course, it goes right back to the fire district. But I think maybe that's another factor that we want to look at as we move in further into this program. The goal here for me, and I know it's been expressed by several of you that you don't trust the county government. And I guess on some level, I can understand why you would be concerned, having been your representative for 6 years now. But the goal for me is to put something in place that's really going to benefit it. Will it fix all of the problems immediately? No. But that's why Ms. Mullen talked about how important this is for us to put something in place and then know that it's a work in progress, that we need to have you come back and work with us and say, no, look, we told you this wouldn't work, or gee, maybe we need to tone this one down, or whatever it is we ultimately need to do on this. But that's what we're looking for, and I think that's the most important thing we can do at this stage of the game. Ms. Mullen, I also think, as it was indicated by one of the commissioners earlier, that maybe we change on staff recommendation 5 under parking, we change it to say 1 parking space for every 4 representatives, or 4 people who are there. Because I agree, I think most people who go up there go either as a single couple, or 4 girls or 4 guys or whatever, 2 couples. I think maybe 4 in the car is something that we need to look seriously at. And I will admit that I have a bit of a problem, and I've had a long talk with Moira, and we've discussed it at length about how do you, whether we say 2 bedrooms plus, have 2 people in it plus 2 extra people in the house, or whether we do it by square footage. I admit that I'm still a little shaky on the square footage thing, but I think Commissioner Jung brought up some good points on that, and so I think we need to move forward and see how that works. And that's my hope, that's my goal, and I hope, commissioners, that you'll stand with me on trying to do what we can to get this in place and get it right. And I guess I'll shut up and let you go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lucy, before I turn the floor over to you, do we have any questions for the fire chief? Because he will have to leave fairly soon. He's got another meeting that he needs to attend. Nope. Okay. Commissioner Lucy, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mullen, can you come to the podium, please? I have a couple questions. In regards to the tiered permitting system you have in here, the 3 tiers, 10 occupants, and then 11 to 20, and then 20 to 21, 21 or more. In Washoe County, have we identified any current residents or current have 11 to 20 occupants? Or we have, how many of those are there?
So we did do some checking on that, primarily looking at current active listings on Airbnb. So, please understand that the numbers that I'll quote to you are based on a point in time and may change over time. But in terms of that particular tier on the 11 to 20, I want to say that there were somewhere between 40 and 50 that fell into that category, and there was maybe literally a handful that fell in the tier 3 category.
Okay, and how was that identified? You said a point in time count. How was that identified? They rented the residence and they had 15. How did we do that? When was that done?
So that was done probably a month and a half to 2 months ago, and we didn't have a complete set of information yet from host compliance, so what we were looking at was specifically Airbnb listings, since it is the most popular platform, to see within the zip codes at the Incline Village area, Crystal Bay area, what was available with those maximum occupancies listed on the permits, or excuse me, listed on the advertisements.
Okay, so what you're saying is that during that time, that was what was being advertised. but
Correct.
None of these, we don't know for sure if any of these properties have had that maximum occupant load ever, is what you're saying.
Couldn't tell you about the load. Certainly, once we have a system in place and have permits in place, that we'll be able to track that better. But, we've seen 3-bedroom homes that say that they can sleep 25 to 30 people, and then there's some 4-bedroom homes that they self-limit to smaller numbers. So
Okay.
it varies.
So I have some challenges with the permitting system, and as that I think that it's you either are a short-term rental or you're not, but I understand the 21 that has some challenges as it applies to anything over 20 people that becomes a motel. I think that's kind of a significant challenge. When we go and talk about occupancy and occupants while we're on the discussion, one of the public speakers came up and mentioned that there should be some distinguishment between children, because I'm very fortunate. If we made it 4 individuals, I have my wife and I and my 2 children. I could drive 1 car to the lake and rent a house and be very quiet, and my children go to bed at 7:30 and 8:30, and so it's not like but I wouldn't be able to rent based upon some of the standards that we've set. I mean, just recommendations that we've had here. And then what about the family that has 3 children? We start getting a little bit onerous here in regards to how we start looking at some of these regulations. And then once again, we get back to the discussion of how do we go and enforce all this? And, the noise complaints. And to Commissioner Birkbigler's point, we can't just regulate a visitor. We have to regulate residents as well. Everybody has to adhere to the same. And so when we talk about this in a greater standard, we talk about a short-term rental permit. And you made the question that there's no differentiation right now between home sharing for an individual that may have an extra room in their house that they're letting somebody rent out for a short period of time, that they're not there all the time, or they're renting out a true investment property. We're considering them all short-term rentals. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So some of those cases currently are in the California Supreme Court already being challenged because of those definitions. So the definitions between home sharing and short-term rental. So we be very careful about that. For example, being that I have a residence that is owned by a gentleman in my district, he is a retired veteran on a fixed income who relies on renting out a room in his house. And so he would be subject now to that short-term rental. So he'd have to go through an inspection every year and do different things, and which is fine. But I think there needs to be a definite difference if we're going to move forward with some of these recommendations about what's the difference between home sharing and truly an investment property that's just there. Because if you won't need a host compliance individual if you have the owner on site. I want to go back to the implementation in regards to some of the general standards, and I'm just kind of going through your list as you've asked us to do. The safety and inspections, I think, are something that we continue to look at. Defensible space. I worry about fire. I worry about the challenges that we have up there, extinguishers, different things of that nature. One of the comments that was made is that we don't want to become another paradise situation in a campfire. Well, whether they're residents or whether they're tenants or residents, everybody, or owners, I should say, whether they're tenants or owners, every residence represents somebody in that basin. So if it's getting out of that basin is a challenge, then we need to stop allowing building in that, because that's adding people. But having a tenant versus an owner, you can't distinguish whether or not that's a challenge. That's going to be you can't say one or the other. So, and traffic is going to be what traffic is going to be in that area. That is just how it's going to be. I can't drive down the road. I can't drive around 89 and look at individuals and say, oh, that's definitely a tenant, or that's definitely an owner. I can't make those distinguishments. And we shouldn't be doing that here in an ordinance space anyways. We will end up in court. And I guarantee you're taking away different challenges, saying you're identifying, you're limiting me because of my inability to own in the village. And I definitely do not want to make those kind of recommendations for anywhere else in the county, for that matter. The signs, the external display of short-term rental permit, occupancy, I think that's a little overbearing in regards to what we're doing there. I go back to the parking issues and the daytime occupancy. Many people come, and as Mr. Chapman has pointed out, come and visit Incline Village in our region for the first time and choose not to sit and spend time in a hotel or casino. They want to stay somewhere different, and fine with me. And sometimes those individuals come. I would venture to say our new county manager has stayed in a residence and not in a hotel, and has come into one of his discussions when he sat here during his interview process, said he enjoyed visiting our area, and that's where he and his wife would like to come and retire. So those are the kinds of individuals that come and migrate here and find out if it's an environment that they want to live in is through a visitation in the first place. And if you provide them an opportunity to do so, that's why they're going to make those transitions. And so resale, when you talk about resale of homes, when you talk about a number of different things on a larger scale, to start limiting and say we're just going to outright ban short-term rentals is just, to me, just doesn't make any sense. So going back to the parking, and I had this discussion with Commissioner Burkberg earlier, is that, for example, there is a road in Crystal Bay, Ganawabi Road. It's a one-way road. It's a very challenging road, but there are very, very large homes on Ganawabi that have not the parking that's able to accommodate those individuals. Now, if those individuals were able to park and find places to do that they wouldn't impede any natural traffic, that they wouldn't be in the right of way, and they were parking their cars in somewhere that was fine and suitable, the people on Ganawabi still could not rent their houses to sizable people, because I guarantee you the square footage of their homes, or the number of bedrooms will be more than what they would have an adequate parking space based upon some of those homes. So then you're taking those homes immediately off the rental market. Once again, telling a homeowner what they can and can't do with their property rights. You will find yourself in a court case. I have a challenge, so I have an issue with the parking as it pertains to that specifically, and I'll give you some more examples of that. Noise as it pertains to the curfew, that's a good neighbor thing. I think that's something that we need to approach. But you're putting curfews on noise throughout the area and having those decibel monitoring devices. Those discussions, there's costs involved, but back to the example of my family going up to any place and having a short-term rental, and I actually do use those quite often. My wife and her family, we visited, had a family reunion for her family, and I took my children. We were very quiet. The owners next door to us, we went to a vacation town. The owners next door to us were partying almost every night. So yes, it was frustrating, because I rented a home so I could be in peace and quiet with my children, but I had to succumb to what the owners were doing next door. So we cannot write ordinances up here at this dais that are going to say one bad actor is going to appeal to that these ordinances are going to make the bad actor stop. It's just not going to happen. And I will argue that till the day we die, that is just not going to happen. I will never be able to write a law that's going to make everybody comply 100% with what's going on. So bad people are going to be bad, and they're going to go outside, and good people are going to abide and not be a challenge. Now, I think there should be some basic regulations in regards to how we try to be respectful and work with property management teams and hosts within the communities. But to talk about all these onerous things as it pertains to noise and challenges, we're getting into a quagmire of being able to apply now to do enforcement and different things like that. So next, you will go on to permit fees. Right now, I just was pulling up I had some information in my research.
Across the country, fees range anywhere from $89 annually in Los Angeles County to $200 and some odd dollars in New York annually for fees for annual permits. Now, those permit fees, if say based upon our numbers, there's $1,000 here, that could be anywhere from $89,000 to 200 and some odd thousand bucks, just depending on however we decide to enumerate what that fee should be. $200,000 will not be enough to make sure that there is consistent enforcement of all of these rules throughout our county. So I think there's fees, I think there's discussions, but I think you start making this overbearing and onerous about noise and different things like that, it will be way more costly than anybody would ever intend. So I don't think that I still believe that there should be a fee, and I do believe there should be fines. But I think the more onerous the restrictions and the recommendations are, the more challenging it's going to be to not just stop the bad actors, but try to have our staff run around, even with host compliance's help, even with those challenges there. Now the fines, as it pertains to the fines, I think the fines should be significant, and I like some from the ones that I've looked at across the country. I did like LA counties. If individuals did not sign up for a short-term rental permit and did not go through the process and adhere to what was considered, that it was $500 a day for every day advertised for a short-term rental, and if they were notified and still it would be increased after a certain period of time. So I think those should be heavy-handed, and I think that there should be some compliance as it pertains to whether or not that is done. And so, where are some of my other comments here? From that standpoint, I think I have given you my direction as it pertains to the tiering, the parking, the hours, and the amendments. But in my opinion, absolutely there should be some basic regulation and some good neighbor policy. I think we should still continue to allow short-term rentals in our community and have a very amicable understanding of how that relates across the county, not just specifically in Incline Village, but across the county for everybody and for owners and tenants alike. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a number of things to say, but Mr. Liberelli, you've signed in. I'm going to acquiesce to you, sir. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say, for the benefit of all the commissioners, Mr. Edwards and I have been working together on this. Mr. Edwards has attended a lot of the staff meetings, and he's immersed himself pretty heavily in the law around this area. I've been providing some advice to commissioners along more general lines and wanted to assure the commissioners that we have examined the laws that have been cited by some of the folks who are interested in this, and they're well-intentioned and they're civil and decent folks who have ideas about what could work. And we've looked at the private covenants issue, and it really is not a place where the county wants to go. The association statute that was referenced does contain a provision that's related to transient lodging, but in our view, that authorizes private homeowners association and private property owners to regulate themselves when it comes to transient lodging, and nothing in that chapter places the county in the role, or a city for that matter, in the role of enforcing those rules that property owners make for themselves. When the county issues licenses and permits, it has to apply the county's standards for the issuance of those permits. We issue business licenses, we issue professional designation in some instances are involved. The DMV issues driver's licenses. When we do those things, we have to use the governmental standard, not the other standards that people may write for themselves. And when you get into that role, you expose the county to a lot of trouble. So even though it's convenient because some of these rules are already in place, and even though it would apply in the minds of some folks regardless of what the county does, and they do apply, They have to be enforced by the people that have a right to enforce them, and that doesn't include the county. So we've looked at those questions. We've tried to participate, in the examination of the basis for all this, and wanted all the commissioners who may not have been part of those email conversations to know that we have looked at those things.
Mr. Luparelli, while you're opining, would you talk briefly about one constituent brought up deed restricted areas? Can you define how that might apply and what type of deed restrictions would come into play?
Well, a deed restriction is a form of a servitude in some instances. It can be imposed on the property the first time it's sold to an individual from the developer. That can be the moment when the deed restriction is inserted and it survives throughout the chain of title to all the subsequent property owners. Or it can be something that an individual property owner does in their chain of title. But it's a private law. It's a private rule. It's a property owner's tool. It's not the government's tool. When you write regulations or ordinances, you're using your police power, whether you're regulating health or safety or traffic speeds or land use. You're using your police power, and when you do that, you get advice from your lawyers about the limits on those powers and the risks of using them in certain ways. So we want to keep those separate from the rights that private folks have to enforce their own private rules.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, commissioners, I'm gonna jump in. So you've heard me say this before, and I'll repeat it again, and I'm not just waxing poetic. Things that are pleasant are not always true, and things that are true are not always pleasant. And so therefore, I'm very fearful of trying to condemn someone's property rights. I'm very, very fearful of that. One person mentioned majorities rule, but that would infer that minorities have no rights. And that's not true either. So we do work through a system of majority, but minorities still have property rights. So I'm very concerned about how we might become overburdensome. We could attempt a complete ban on these things. They've tried that with lots of, with drugs, and we're fighting this huge war on drugs. Alcohol, prohibition periods, exactly, commissioners. You understand exactly, and so banning does nothing but cause people to go underground, and then you have. It's very, very difficult to enforce. It becomes very, very difficult. So I would basically not want to go down that. We would also broach a scenario where we would have a whole number of property owners who would come forward and say, you have taken away my right, and you have inversely condemned me on this property. And that's a great concern for me. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have some rules and some boundaries and some guidelines and some guardrails. What would an SUP look like, Ms. Mullen? I mean, have we talked about that with staff? What would and maybe Mr. Edwards or Mr. Luparelli needs to help with this, but what would it look like?
So can you hear me? Is this on? Yeah.
I think so, yes.
Thank you for the question. So yes, we have absolutely had that conversation. I do want to clarify, for that tier 1, let's bring that back up with the tiers. That first tier, 10 occupants or fewer, I do want to make it clear that that's something that would be allowed. As long as you meet the standards then that is a use that would be allowed on in any residential regulatory zone in a home that's out there. Tier 2, when we started getting to that higher number of occupants, that's when we were talking about some sort of a discretionary permit process. Now, we were actually kind of steering away from the special use permit process and actually looking at something that would potentially be a little bit more streamlined, not necessarily a public hearing. What we had been talking about internally was an administrative review process that is similar to, I don't know if you're at all familiar with what we do for accessory dwellings, detached accessory dwellings. We have them go through an administrative review process. Now, that is something where we send it out to agencies for review. We notify neighboring property owners and we get those comments back, but it's a faster process, doesn't require the public hearing, and it's actually an item that will go to director for final determination. Conditions of approval could be placed on that above and beyond the standards, but the basic standards in the code. But what that would allow to happen is for us to take a look at the specifics of what's being proposed, the specifics of the property itself, see if there are any additional impacts that need to be mitigated because of the proposal to make sure that it does fit into that neighborhood community.
Okay. So another speaker mentioned that we limit the number of permits by population and density in each neighborhood, and I'm very fearful of that. We only allow, blonde hair people to have permits in a neighborhood, or the first in gets a permit, and sorry, you don't get one because we've given out all the permits in the neighborhood. That's a very dangerous route to take, and so I don't know how we solve that, but again, I see us landing in court with that one.
And certainly, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
For that particular item, that is something that we talked about and specifically decided not to include as part of this ordinance.
I do like a checklist for inspection. I don't think there is one single commissioner up here who is not deeply concerned with safety in any neighborhood. That said, I don't think there's one commissioner up here who's not deeply concerned with safety in a neighborhood. Doesn't matter whether you're short-term rental or residents. We're concerned for your safety. I mean, that just goes without saying, which is why in our new code we require, the old code from years ago when I bought my house was built in 1980, only required one smoke detector. That was it, one. In the hallway, we had one smoke detector. Now the code says, you have to have one in every bedroom. I actually have one in every single room in my house, just because it's the smart thing to do. One constituent, one speaker brought up noise and lighting. I don't know how you enforce lighting. My neighbor across the street, I hope he's not listening. I've actually mentioned it to him, but I'm going to say it anyways. He, about a year ago, decided to put up a light outside that has a motion detector. This darn thing goes off when a car drives by. And it goes off all night long. And he's a resident. I know that nobody else is living in his house. I see him there all the time. So if we start putting lighting rules on a neighborhood, they will basically be enforced on those residents. And I'm terribly concerned about that for the residents also. Noise, I get it. I don't know how we deal with this, but that's one of those things that we would definitely have to deal with. I will also tell you that my family, my sister and her husband, my brother-in-law, retired anesthesiologist, they come to Tahoe or to Truckee every single year and they rent a house. They love it. It's one of their favorite vacations of all time. This is how obsessive my brother-in-law is. We weren't allowed to eat popcorn in the guy's living room while watching a movie. That's how respectful he was to this person's house. So not all renters are going to come in and try to blow the neighborhood up. It's just one of those things. I am concerned, and I like the idea that you had with respect to bears. Short-term renters they may not realize the dangers of bears and how powerful they are, and they think that they're cute and cuddly, and in reality they're not, and you could end up with some bad behaviors. But I don't know how we go about, training people and teaching people. I don't know how you do that. Those are all the things that I made notes on, other than one last thing, property managers. I like the idea of property managers. I think they're great. I think that there's a real sense of security when you have someone that becomes responsible. Somebody brought up a hotel manager. A property manager becomes like a hotel manager. They genuinely do, because they're usually in that area. So I don't know whether we can somehow fold that into the batter, but that said, just because somebody doesn't want to have a property manager, does that mean that they don't get to have their property rented? So I don't know how we approach that. Okay, I've gone beyond my limit. Commissioners, anyone else? I think we've given staff plenty of direction. Poor Ms. Mullins has pages and pages of copious notes. Legal has the same.
I do, and I'd like to, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
When the commission is completed with giving some of their comments, I would like to bring it back to some of those items that were on the last slide, just to make sure that I have some clear direction from the board as a whole. Because like we've talked about, our next steps is pulling that policy direction from the board into code language that will be going to Planning Commission. I think there's a few items where I'm a little bit uncertain if we have board direction as a whole, or if any of that is conflicting, so that would be helpful for me in making sure that I get that clear moving forward, if you're okay with us.
Commissioners, I think that's a good idea. It's kind of a pre-first reading, as it were, not a true first reading, but getting to the point where we come to saying, yeah, we're comfortable with that. Yeah, but she's going to bring back, going to quantify all of this information and bring it back to us prior to writing the code. I think that's
So
what
Ms.
you said.
Mullins, which ones are you unclear on?
So what I would like to make sure that I'm clear on, first, I know that Commissioner Berg-Pigler had indicated in terms of the parking ratios, 1 per 4 parking spaces. Commissioner Lucy, I understand that you had some discomfort with us having that in there to begin with, it sounded like. So for the pieces like that, I want to make sure that I understand what it is that the board is asking for us to bring forward with that next iteration. Is the parking ratio something that you would like us to continue to see in the next iteration of draft code language, where we have the parking, that ratio in terms of for every one space would be required for every certain number of occupants associated with the short-term rental?
Mr. Lucy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll confer, I'll do acquiesce to what Commissioner Berg-Pigler wants, but ultimately what I was saying is that geographically it's challenging in the village and throughout the county to say one code fits everywhere. And I think we saw that challenge when we did the cargo container challenges. I think when we talk about it, is that it should come down to really, parking should come down to public safety, and is that as long as short-term rental parking is not inhibiting traffic flows and challenges like that, individuals are going to park. I know parking is a challenge in Incline Village. This has been a challenge in Incline Village ever since I was a kid. I mean, that's not a new thing in Incline Village. And we just built a brand new center up there for the bike path. That parking lot that was on Bonanza that was never parking before is now packed still, and there's still parking challenges. So parking is going to be a challenge, and I don't know how you limit that. And once again, it goes back to the enforcement. Even though we'll say whether it's 1 per 3 or 1 per 4, or 1 per 5, whatever, if I have a 5,000 square foot home and I can facilitate enough individuals for 10 people, and I rent my house out for 10 people, which is underneath the tier, and I don't have to anything, that means I have to have over 2.5 spaces, almost 3 spaces
but my physical structure may not even allow for me to have 3 spaces. I may not have, real estate in Lake Tahoe is very precious. So, I mean, we can't say, and we can't go and retroactively say, oh, you're gonna have to go pave, take out some of your landscaping and pave in a couple if you're gonna have a short-term rental. I think that's a limiting factor as well. I think that you're finding yourself in a challenge when you're starting saying 1 per 4 or 3, or 1 per 3 or 1 per 5. I think that's a challenge. So I think if it inhibits, if it's challenging, but like I said, I'll acquiesce to what Commissioner Burke-Bigler wants.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on just a second. Commissioner John is signed in first. And then,
I think a way to cut through this, instead of trying to make policy while we're standing up here, or you're standing up here and we're sitting here pontificating, I think it needs to be case by case. And obviously, this is going to be complaint driven. So you will have the 5 bad actors that you probably already have that you are going to have to come down and come down hard on. But I want to reiterate what I said. Please engage the people that are trying to preserve the lake clarity and the air quality up in Tahoe that these short-term renters landlords are incentivizing people not to bring their car in the first place and to use all of the bus transit and Uber, and there's not like you can't do it now up there. I know that's a big ask, but I think you're going to find that this is going to be case by case and complaint driven like all the rest of what we deal with at the county level. We don't have proactive code enforcement officers going out because that is not a county function. That's a city function. You don't pay extra taxes to have that. I pay extra taxes for that, so I have that. But as an unincorporated county, you don't. So I don't think there's going to be you have to have the overall, right? This is how many cars can be on it. But I agree with Vice Chairman Lucy in that. Again, I would love for you to come to my front door and tell me I have to pave over my grass so that more people can park there. I would love it if Washoe County would do that. I really would, because I'd be an international star about throwing a fit over all of that for my private property rights. So again, I don't want to get down to these numbers, and I do want to incentivize property management authority as a way to further streamline somebody's ability to do this, and it should be cheaper if you have a property manager that's doing this. And again, I'm going to reiterate, 30 minutes is by phone, not in person. I go to a hotel, you're not gonna have anybody in 30 minutes at your door when you say you demand them there because you don't like your neighbors. I mean, give me a break. This is getting to be a little bit more of an elitist argument and potential scenarios rather than reality and rights of other people. So again, I want to help you with the residential count of who actually lives there year round. I can't wait to see that. I'll go door to door because I'm good at going door to door and knock on all of these and ask them how often they live there in this tax shelter, because I really don't believe it's as big of a deal as this is being made by the few that live there year round. And they do have every right to demand that they can expect certain rules to be implemented and that they can get relief through it. And I still say that goes through a professional property manager, not county staff that they don't pay for, to do their bidding. So I think we're getting way too detail-oriented, and Mr. Chairman also made a great point. These are temporary rules. We're going to codify them as temporary rules to find out all the unintended problems we created with trying to solve all of these problems. And everybody has to have a voice in that. But I don't think that you're getting a representative slice of Incline Village by the people that have showed up here today. You're not. So let's think about that as well. And that's the balance we all have up here, right? Do the squeaky wheels get the grease or do they get replaced? And I feel like the vocal minority, a lot of times we acquiesce. Yes, we do respect their rights. But all Americans would agree with me on this, no matter what your partisanship is, how sacrosanct our private property rights are. And every judge would too, so go ahead and try to take it to a judge, because a judge will never rule on that. They always go with the private property owner. So again, I don't think you need any more direction. If you do, can you please just talk to people as one-offs like you did to put this together? And I agree with the chairman and the vice chairman, make a temp. Because I think a lot of times we do tell people, well, it's temporary, and then we never come back and find it again, and give them a date specific that we're gonna come back and find out all the stuff that falls off that we did completely wrong, because we know we're gonna do stuff wrong. Right? And I think that the citizens that are here, Madam Commissioner Burke-Bigler, should be very proud that we're actually doing something, because this came before us a long time ago and nobody wanted to touch it. So you are getting your relief and your injunction, And we do expect you to be along with us for the whole entire ride and let us know what's not working and what is working, and it needs to be complaint-driven. And you find people that are outside of the boundaries, call me. I'll make the report if you don't want to get in a fight with your neighbors. I'll put my name on the report. Because there are bad actors, probably 5 of them, and there's probably 500 silent ones that are doing a great job. And the bad actors will only come into compliance as if Kelly shows up with the cop or sheriff and says, these are the rules now. So we do expect everybody to be involved in this and to help us. We don't live up there. And I still salute you. I think you've done the best with this very thorny, difficult situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just very briefly say, perhaps the deal on parking is not to say 1 per 4 resident or visitors, but to say you can only park there if you've got surfaced parking space, period. So if you are somebody who's in a house with 5 bedrooms and your square footage is such that you can put 2 people in each one of those 5 bedrooms, but you only have 2 parking places in front of your house, you have a problem. Because this parking has to be on a paved surface or a surface that will not let the storms and the snow and whatever else run particulates into our lake. That's the important part. So maybe that's some kind of language on that scale would work for the other commissioners, rather than saying a specific amount of cars per specific number of people. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, anyone else? We have thoroughly kicked this issue. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Mr. Manager, that takes us to item number 29.
Mr. Chair, item number 29 is a recommendation to consider authorizing appeal to the Nevada Supreme Court of the District Court's granting of a petition for judicial review in Village League to Save Incline Village Assets, Inc. versus the State of Nevada et al.
Okay. And everyone, I'm going to ask that you exit the chambers quietly. All right, Mr. Liparelli, will you give us some guidelines here?
Mr. Chairman, the litigation involving the property taxes at Lake Tahoe has a long history, but this particular case involves a decision that was made by the State Board of Equalization in 2017 that found there was not a problem with equalization of property tax values in Incline Village compared to other values throughout the state. The taxpayers who have formed a company to carry out some of this litigation filed a petition challenging the state board's decision, and that petition ended up in Washoe County District Court. The District Court made a decision in October that voided the State Board of Equalization's decision on the equalization function, and also ordered the payment of refunds and the rolling back of property tax values for parcels involved. I say parcels involved, that's a kind of a difficult subject because there's a lot of concern about what that applies to. So the Nevada Rules of Appellate Procedure require that the notice of appeal be filed within 30 days of the entry of the district court's judgment. So this agenda item is the opportunity that the board has to make a decision on authorizing an appeal. That's necessary because the Nevada Supreme Court has decided in a case called Hansen versus Ethics Commission that it's jurisdictional, that a public body has to take action in a public meeting to authorize an appeal. So that's what this item is. And in addition, there's the agenda item will also authorize you to authorize the district attorney to explore engaging outside counsel. As I said, the history of this litigation is very long. The issues are legally complex, and the amount in controversy is significant. So we would welcome your direction on whether, if you decide to authorize the filing of an appeal, whether you would like us to pursue the hiring of outside counsel for this particular case.
Okay. Commissioners, before we discuss this, I'm going to call public comment and allow the public to come up. Does anyone have any questions beforehand for Mr. Luparelli or for council? Okay. Madam Clerk, would you please call public comment?
We have Mr. Todd Lowe signed in, and he has submitted a letter that I will distribute to the board and place on the record.
Okay. Welcome. Would you begin the timer, please? Mr. Lowe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung and members of the board. My name is Todd Lowe. I am the president of the Village League to Save Incline Assets. We've written a letter to the board, which was sent to you last night and just been handed out to you again. While it's just over a page, I cannot read it in 3 minutes I have allotted. So it's in the record, according to Nancy Parent, and that's fine. So let me just simply say that we have read the staff report prepared by the district attorney. And we feel, once again, as in the past, that it underserves the board and the county and should not become the sole basis on which an appeal decision is made. Because we feel an appeal is costly to the tune of over $5 million, and without merit, the board should fully inform itself in advance of taking a decision to pursue such an appeal. So in this letter, and to better inform and guide the board, we suggest 3 things. One is that you and anyone participating in the decision actually read the 57-page opinion by Judge Draculich. 2, which I think is before you right now, is that an independent counsel be engaged, not to pursue an appeal per se, but to evaluate and advise you on the likelihood of prevailing should you choose to make an appeal. And finally, that the board expand its input and at least consult with the county's subject matter expert, which is our duly elected assessor, Mike Clark. And having done those things, I think we feel the board would be better served and prepared to make an appropriate decision about how to proceed in this matter. Thank you for listening and for considering the points made in the letter that we sent you yesterday.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? I see no one else signed in.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay. All right, I will close public comment and I will bring it back to the board.
Mr.
Hold on.
Chairman, we do have somebody that would like to speak.
Okay. Would you sign in for us as soon as you're done speaking? As soon as you're done
No.
speaking.
At the,
As soon as you're done speaking. You can speak and then go ahead and sign in for us. And please identify yourself.
Well,
for
I
the
don't have much to say. I just wanted to say that I read a very
Would
interesting.
you identify yourself?
I'm
now?
sorry?
Would you identify yourself for the
Oh,
record?
Rhonda Tyser.
Thank you.
Incline Village resident for the last 25 years. There's a saying that no matter how far you've come down the wrong road, it's never the wrong decision to turn back. I think you should turn back.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? And please sign in with the clerk, Ms. Tyser.
in the back.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will close public comment. Mr. Luparelli, how much time do we have? Do we have, is time on our side with this? What's the boundary for filing an appeal and trying to go through the process of some of the things that one of the speakers has mentioned in the letter? And I did read the letter that came in.
November 21st is the deadline for filing the notice of appeal. If you go past that date, you cannot appeal, and you
Okay.
have to comply with the existing district court judgment.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, anyone, I have no one signed in, I'm sorry.
I signed it.
Did you? Oh, there you are now, I'm sorry.
Mr.
No,
Mis-
actually, you're not signed in.
I put a motion, so do I have to put request to speak then?
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Jung.
We've only had this program for how many
Commissioner
years?
Jung, go ahead.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
gonna-
Chairman.
I'm
I'm ready to make a motion.
No, not yet.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, Commissioner Lucy first.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we've seen here, and to Mr. Lowe's point, I have studied the court order. I have read the order from Judge Draculich. I've spent a lot of time looking into this. Being that this court case has been a court case that's been long before my tenure here at the county commission in my short period of time, I feel that this is something that we have worked on continuously, but to forego our opportunity and potential to appeal this is not wise on behalf of the county commission or the county as a whole. There are multiple parties that are involved in this, and I think this is something that we need to have a greater discussion about because Judge Draculich's order, whether the law is right or wrong within the issue, some of the specifics that are within the judgment are challenging at best. A year to repay taxpayers is unrealistic. And so with that being said, there are challenges just in that, just to evaluate the challenges of repaying those kinds of values and what that means for the county as a whole. And so with that, Chairman, that would be those would be my comments. So I will relinquish my time back over to Commissioner Jung.
Okay, that's okay, before you make a motion. Mr. Liparelli, so we only have until the 21st. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know the exact number of people that we actually have to pay within this 365-day time period? Is there a list somewhere that exists that's easy to find? And do we actually know how to find all of them? Because not all of them, I believe, are current property owners.
Mr. Chairman, it's difficult to answer that question with a simple yes or no. The State Board of Equalization proceedings involved a certain set of property owners. The district court's order seems to not be clear on that subject. So last time the county was ordered to pay refunds, it took the treasurer over 2 years to calculate not only the people who were entitled to a refund, but the amounts, because all these things have to be done by hand. There's no component of the treasurer's tax software that's built to calculate refunds of this nature and rolling back values to arbitrary years and all that. So, not clear.
Okay.
How many it applies to, and not clear what the amount would be for each property owner, because as I said last time, the treasurer using several people almost full-time struggled to comply.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. That said, what happens if we can't come up with a number and now 365 days, 366 days passes and we are now out of compliance with the judge's order? We're back in the same boat. And so does the appeal, not necessarily a direct appeal, but it gives us the opportunity to visit what all of our options are? Am I correct in that?
Yes, I want to add, though, that we're not recommending that the county appeal the order because it's difficult to calculate the number.
Understood.
We think that there are clear legal errors that the district court made that warrant challenging that decision. But in addition to the legal errors, are these procedural uncertainties which would be set aside during the pendency of the appeal.
Okay. In the process of this whole case, did the litigants ever have to appeal themselves?
The history of the case is long. The staff report kind of recites some of the history of the one particular matter, and both the taxpayers and the county have seen fit to appeal district court decisions,
Okay.
which they did not agree with.
The taxpayers also appealed?
Yeah, several times, yes.
Okay, that's all I just wanted to get that on the record, even though I knew the answer also. Commissioner Lucy, you are.
Chairman, one last question too.
Yes.
It was stylized within our staff report to have a discussion about outside counsel as well.
Yes.
In regards to this, the one other factor, and obviously our DAs have worked diligently on this for a continued period of time and know this case inside and out and have tried this in a number of courts. However, maybe it's at this point, maybe that the commission consider looking at outside counsel to help and assist with our DA's ability to try this case. If it does go to the Supreme Court, have that ability to present our arguments to the Supreme Court. So I would like that opportunity for the county to pursue and seek outside counsel.
Okay. Mr. Luparelli, what would that option look like? Of
Mr.
seeking
Chairman,
outside counsel and bringing it back to the board?
The elected district attorney is the statutory lawyer for the county and all of its officers, and the district attorney would have to consent to the board engaging another or different lawyer to carry out what would be the DA's role. I've conferred with Mr. Hicks, and he is amenable to listening to the board's interests in getting outside counsel. He doesn't want to do that lightly because he takes his elected role seriously, but because of the magnitude of this particular issue and because it has such a long history, and you might even want to consider what Mr. Lowe suggested, that an independent look at the merits of these legal issues may cast some new light on some of that. And filing the appeal or authorizing the filing of the appeal does not mean you're locked into that. At some certain point later, if your outside lawyer, if you engage one, tells you that your case isn't worth pursuing, then you can withdraw the appeal.
Okay. All right. And with respect to, because I have a couple commissioners also signed in, with respect to that, would the DA's office bring back a list or costs, or what would that look like, Mr. Luparelli? Frame that for me if you would.
We've already begun exploring that. We've had some conversations with some very fine appellate lawyers, and we're prepared to bring back a recommendation for an engagement if the board wants to pursue that route.
Okay. Commissioner Birkebeeler, I have you signed in next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would really just put on the record that I have, as I've expressed previously, concerns about throwing the good money after bad on a number of different other issues. And so I would put on the record that I have the same concern on this issue. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this has gone on for so many years, and we still don't know all the ins and outs of it or the amount of our liability at this point. And I was ready to just say, okay, let's just bite the bullet. But I think we would not be doing our job by doing that, because I think that getting another opinion by doing the appeal, approving the appeal, we're giving ourselves a chance for more time and allow us to learn more so that we actually make the best decision in the long run.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, anyone else? Commissioner Jung, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of working on this for over 12 and a half years, I do believe that the best possible move to protect all taxpayers of Washoe County is to move that the Board of County Commissioners authorize an appeal to the Nevada Supreme Court of the District Court's granting of a petition for judicial review in Village League to Save Incline Assets, Inc. and others versus State of Nevada et al., involving the State Board of Equalization's decision on November 30, 2017 regarding property valuations, residential property valuations in the Incline Village, Crystal Bay area of Washoe County, and authorize the Washoe County District Attorney to engage special outside counsel for the appeal.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Jung, second by Commissioner Commissioner Lucy. Forgive me, day's long. I'm mumbling here. Commissioners, any other discussion? Mr. Luparelli.
Mr. Chairman, it's likely that we will have to bring back to the board an engagement with an outside lawyer for its later approval because the anticipated amounts of fees to be charged would exceed the authority of any county official that I know to sign it without board approval. So I heard the motion, I understand it, and we will act on that, but we'll probably have to bring you back the actual engagement with the lawyers.
Okay, does the motioner understand
Understood.
and agree with that? And the seconder? Okay.
Understood.
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay. Okay. Motion carries. I believe I only heard one nay. I don't know. Let's 4-1. Okay. Mr. Manager, item number, we already did 30. Item number 31, I believe. We are to the point of our last public comment.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Item number 31 is your public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have anyone sign in for a final public comment?
No, sir, there's nobody signed in.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, item number 32.
Item number 32 is the Commissioners, County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas, and I have nothing this afternoon.
Okay, Commissioners, anything from anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we are adjourned.